Good morning, everybody. How you guys doing? Thank you. I did not make it. It's thanks to guys over at the Louvre. Please check GMs. I promise no wee. Really want to give you the satisfaction. You spent all that time and money on an expensive coffee maker and grinder and shit, and you know that instant Folgers coffee heated in a microwave is better. Bag holder. Hmm. I do not have an opinion on the divergence between SPY and SPX. I know it happens. I don't know if you can track it actively. Maybe? Which zero DTEs are we playing today? I'm torn between playing DocuSign and GameStop. Either way, I'm going to try to lose some money. Still trying to figure out what the fuck I'm doing with wheat. Ugh. Thanks, Dub. You see load letter. Did you dial in the grind size on those beans this morning? Your initial pull sputtered slightly at the very beginning. Yeah. I did it last night. I was still dialing it in when I made the video. XRT was the play this morning? No, it wasn't. Carpe GM. DocuSign's having an issue where you can initial only sign. Interesting. I sold my wheat shares and sold CSPs. If I'm going to own that garbage, I'm going to own it at a price I like. Ding ding. Why are cortados the best espresso drink? I think people like the ratio of a cortado, and they're easy to make. There's nothing fancy. It's just milk and a shot, right? What happened to DocuSign? Why the 20%? I think shorts are bailing, but we'll see. It came up on my shit scanner, except this time I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait till they're done shorting. Then I'm gonna buy in. Thanks, Celtic. I appreciate that, man. Did you read the most market dive part 1 on FWFB yesterday regarding Vox. Yeah, I've read it. I talked to that guy a lot over on the other Discord. Smart dude. The problem is like the thing he's tracking is proprietary, and so you can't really like. It's hard to like confirm methodology or do it yourself. Thoughts on RC's thousands of BBBY calls, 123, 60 to 85 strike. I think he intends to exercise them. You can just sell CCs, right? The IV on DocuSign, I'm sure, is still high. It's not as high as it was pre-earnings, right? If your cost basis is 84, what's it trading at? 75. How much are like 84s right now? Oof. Crush was intense. Actually, 84 weeklies are shit. I mean, yeah, you can sell covered calls on it, right? Although it might go up. All right, fuck it. On it. No. Switch this. I'm just gonna see if I can scalp this if it breaks out. Hmm. Did you read Adabit's DD he posted last night to Wall Street Bets? No. He posted DD to Wall Street Bets? Dear Lord, why? Is it the same one where he's like, there were shorts in January? We also track the Vanguard ETFs. But yeah, Turd does. He puts in SS. Okay, yeah, I wasn't entirely sure on the purpose of that DD, but I knew of its existence. Cat having a nice move back up this morning. AMD coming back up a little in the pre-market, but now looking like a big pile of poop. That didn't turn. Should switch. Potential for a short squeeze on the SPY. Kind of low. I mean, first of all, it's an ETF, so 0. But for it to like gamma squeeze, I think it's pretty low. Expectations for earnings stock wise for GameStop. I mean, I don't have any, right? I think they'll be better than Q3. Other than that, no one could ever possibly know. All speculation. Literally nothing can be proved. Yeah. I went with 105 GME 0 DTEs on this early dip. Godspeed. Probably not a terrible choice. I would say that 104s, like 101 to 104, have a decent shot of seeing some price improvement today. Yeah, I don't like that. Those. Eat. Ooh. Rig's doing ups again. Very strong morning. Oh, there's those shares they borrowed, I'm guessing. If banks pull out of Russia, how do they claim the losses? Could that be used to fund MOASS? Probably not. Likely when a short squeeze was over the line to become tomorrow higher than will be where, how, what. Thank you, Mr. Big. Would you recommend buying into Cat now? I mean, it's a little bit chasey at 215. Though that is coming back down a bit. Just gonna stabilize here. I don't know. Driven bad earnings, no car sold, dumped in after hours, now ripping back up. I don't understand this market. That's doing weird things today. Adabit is a financial accountant. I don't know about that. I'd imagine with their exchange closed, technically no. There's ways around their sanctions placed on them. I don't actually like buying into TSM right now. Like, technically it's a good level to buy in at, but I think it can slump lower, especially with everything going on right now. There we go. Should jam me right back down to 100. Did the SPY just fall off a cliff at open? No. No, they're just shorting us today. Cool. I know you said you were selling CSPs to get more into your position, but is there a price where you just buy more shares? Yeah, below 115, I would just buy. I've I would probably, I mean, I'd probably also sell CSPs at that level, but I would just buy shares. You roll into May yet? June yesterday. Looks like Workhorse is gonna break. Oh, it might. The problem I have with this, there's no reason. Like, they just released shares. Why would their share, like, they're doing $175 million share offering and their stock price is going up? I don't like it because the next strike out is like 450. Yeah, I mean, it can run out, but I'm not a fan. Maybe I'd consider it at 425. So convinced. Adabit repurposed a college term paper about Trimbat's book into a DD. I mean, uh, did you buy and then close Docu? Yep. It did not bounce or break up, so I closed it. I've literally no expectations for earning. SS is going crazy with theories just because it's RC's late father's birthday. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I know. But you rolled your GME calls to June yesterday. Yeah. I told everybody for 2 weeks that on March 10th I was going to roll them out. Speaking of offerings, where does the AMC is thinking of doing one? Laughable. Yeah, I heard. They're going to add even more shares. Like BA today. Hmm. Maybe. I mean, for like zero DTEs, no, because it's right up against this resistance of 184. Um, Not that it can't continue to climb, it can, but not not a huge fan of that. It does look good technically, but it could fail. Did you roll all your Feb 18s yet? No, not at all. I'm still holding them. I made 62% on Kraft Heinz about yesterday. Nice, dude. You know, but I thought you didn't read SS. I mean, I saw people posting it everywhere. Otto is the founding father of DD. He's the founding father of shit DD, based on wild conspiracy theories and misinterpreting data in a way that pushes forward an incorrect narrative. Yes. I would say DFE is the king of DD based on facts. And which DDs did you rightly predict future moves of GMA? Having a Reddit argument. All of the DDs about OPEX before November. They're still holding Feb 18s. Why not DRS them? That's a good point. To add to my BBBY CSP's question, do you have a date where you start buying more shares regardless of price? Middle of May, I take it. Probably some next week, actually. Did you book time for the former DTCC employee? They've been busy, but I'm working on it. Do you worry about retail losing faith in GME as each hype date flops? No, not really. I got inspired yesterday for some reason, so I'm doing homemade fried chicken strips and French toast. Nice. Does that make you Baron of DD? I don't really know the hierarchy for DD. Ooh, cat just broke up big. Very nice. Yeah, I agree, Eli. There wasn't really any technical or fundamental reason to think that we would drop back down to $100. Um, the popcorn magnate Adam Aaron mirroring his North Star Ryan Cohen has decided to buy 4% of Trader Jose's in the hopes they may develop brick and mortar stores. He's counting on his apes top to deliver it for him as we stand up to Wally Street. Thank you, not Seacrat. That's on lower highs in past months. It's not good, right? What's up, DV? Chicken is currently brining in a buttermilk pickle juice. The brioche for French toast is also getting more in the stale side, so things are coming together. Nice. Do Friday end of day sell-offs hurt the SPY? They can. Bought 427 SPY put today to test the waters. Interesting. So you're playing the pre-market rejection? I mean, it's kind of flat, but it had not too much. I think it's filled here. Oh, shit. Um, can I just? Oh, that doesn't work. This doesn't look super bearish right now. Like long term, it does, but short term, this looks pretty solid. Seriously? Like 150,000 volume, half of it short. Does RC even have any say when earnings are held? Yeah, probably. I'd imagine if XRT is going to go parabolic, that it's going to go parabolic around the time of its rebalance because it's on the threshold list still. Cat the play all along. It's been pretty good. Why am I looking at both of these? Set it. It's been the play since September. I could say that much. They buy puts to close today. A little early to check. Just got my tax return. Can your friend turn 2,500 into 30K for me and give it back to me before blowing it up? I'll do that part myself. Probably not. Has XRT ever been on threshold during a rebalance? Last March. Uranium is going to cool down. I don't want to load up these prices, but might have to soon. Oh, it's not good. I mean, it's not at that bad of a price. It is starting to break through its like upper resistance though. This is way off. Yeah, I don't really think this is the worst entry. It's I mean it's not great, but it's definitely not the worst. It's fine. Proxy fight means he's going to try to get the shareholders to vote on changes in the company. It's weird to see all the ETFs up, but GME and BBBY down. Is XRT up that much? XRT is down 0.5. The only thing that's like kind of up is the SPY. VTI up probably. So what's the play now if it's late for cat? Wait. Nasdaq flipped negative by dropping. Cat head and shoulders starting to form. Yeah, I'd say so. We'll see if it holds VWAP. If not, then it might be like an ascending head and shoulders, so it might like come up again and then fail back slightly below VWAP before recovering into the end of the day. GameStop's starting to turn around. It looks like they might be done actively shorting the fuck out of it. They really pushed it away from delta neutral pretty hard because we opened like right at delta neutral and they just slammed it. They don't want that crossover to happen. Any chance of another gold run towards 195 or no? I don't know. I'm out. Does anyone else love Gherkin's analysis but lack of accounting for OPEX obligations not being met and general price action expectations? I mean, I've accounted for OPEX obligations not being met. They have to be met at some point. It's just they have a lot of flexibility if they fail to meet the obligations like that. Any support levels for Jimmy, or can they tank it today? I mean, we're at support right now. This like 90, 98, 97 range is already support. There's support below this, 93. I think my favorite thing over the last year is people still don't get that every time someone buys, someone is sold. Thanks for the heads up on Workhorse. Puts are printing nicely already. You taught me how to read charts and use that info to make informed predictions. I cannot thank you enough. Anytime, man. Hmm. I wonder if I should have gotten out of these short-term cat calls already. What's the Dow doing? Dow still looks good for the day. It's better than everything else. Them not covering and changing the rules is not a mistake. If anything, that just means my DD is even more right. They literally changed the fucking rules on the day I said they had to run this price. Missed you guys this week. Been looking at wheat X, and because of pickles picks, near the money calls for October. X might not be that bad. I'm not sure that you'd want wheat as a target for October. Probably you want hard wheat, and I forget the ETF for that. I'll have to look it up. If you're going out that far. Rolls are out. Bullish. Nice. Someone's scared for next week. Today actually has like a decent number of FTDs, so it's interesting. 35,000. Damn. It's a fat chunk of our volume for the day. After being a pigeon whale for 8 months, I'm just noticing this shows a Cornichon icon. What should I do? What shows a Cornichon icon? There's no Cornichon icon. Are you talking about like the 6 month or the badge? I only make money on GME when I buy puts. I hate that I have to buy puts on the one stock I thought that was going to make me a Brazilianaire. Fair. Supersonic sells out. Does it affect the squeeze? I'm sure some are dumping under 100 with a 220 cost basis. Not really. Other people are buying, right? Do you have any info on when wheat ETF futures will be unhalted? You look it up. So it looks like some of them are unhalted, but because they're not all limit up unhalted, like their near term contracts are still limit up halted, but the far term contracts they carry are in backwardation, and so it's the ETF is displaying kind of like a false value currently because the near term contracts are way the fuck up, but they're halted, and then their far dated futures contracts are down. They're not up yet, but I kind of expect the near term pricing to catch up with those. So yeah, the current price of wheat is like it's not reflecting its target price accurately. And that's one of the reasons they stopped issuing shares. If every day they short this way without covering, so I'm still in wheat, but I'm in 10, 11, and 12. I got rid of my $14 calls for the time being. Them changing the rules at the last minute is like my friend shutting off the PS2 when he was going to lose at Star Wars Battlefront and claiming he never technically lost. It's about April 1st, 175. I mean, it's very far out of the money. Is Cat making a head and shoulders? They might not be able to add them, Fluffy. Do you think Powell will raise interest rates this month? Probably. They still don't want to, but they probably will. Ultimate dip before the rip. Probably not. Probably just this push and then back towards gamma neutral. Buy BBBY, they said. Been pretty good so far. BBBY 311, $20 CC, super safe. No, not 20, because those would be in the money right now. Right? Did BBBY drop below? No. I would say 20. 23 or 24 might be pretty safe. I wouldn't say that 20s are safe. Wheat options keeping me afloat right now. Nice. Is HGen squeezing? Is it running back up? I don't know if I wouldn't say it's squeezing. It's moving. Yeah, it's coming out, but I wouldn't say it's squeezing. Next resistance is at like 380. Just YOLO to everything into BBY 123 calls. I trust Cohen, Papa Cohen, to turn Best Buy around. Congratulations, big numbers. Really too late for a cat entry, just shares? I think you could get a better price. Even maybe today. Docu reversal. Not strong enough. Not yet, at least. I'll not admit defeat in this one. I would rather have GME hit 0 and get delisted than sell for a loss because of everything they've done manipulating the stock. I don't know if I fully agree with that statement, but I mean, I don't think that's going to happen. It's kind of just, it's ridiculous. I think we'll tank after earnings. I mean, they might short us after earnings, especially if they're bad. Is working at BlackRock boring? From the people I know that work there, yes. Extremely. How bullish is 0 shares available to short? Pretty bullish, honestly. Gamma neutral 97? No, gamma neutral at 104. Giacomo. I think most of retail who have bought BBBY and are disappointed or forgetting that most of us didn't buy into GME until it was already running. There's still a wait on RC's FTDs. Yeah, I think BBBY is a fucking great buy right now, especially if you can lower your cost basis through CSPs. If FOMO picks up anywhere near what GameStop had last year, it's well positioned to really fucking move. And if Cohen's able to secure a sale or a split off of Bye Bye Baby, which is, you know, already churning 1.5 billion a year in revenue, then, you know, you'll either end up with shares of that, or, you know, BBBY's stock price will reflect that increase in cash on hand. Thank you, 380. BBY August 25 calls. Those aren't so bad. I don't hate that. Delisted or moon, no compromise. Ugh. If earnings is good, why would they let it run? Can they stop it if earnings is good? Remember that volatility that they have to the downside also exists to the upside. I mean, don't get me wrong, they have a lot of control over the price, but on good earnings there could be some serious FOMO. They have a lot of control of the price because there's no institutions involved. You know, you start getting bigger players like JP Morgan and BlackRock buying more, Vanguard buying more, Wells, B of A, fucking Morgan, uh Sachs. If any of them want to go long GameStop, Citadel's not stopping them, right? Like, Citadel's big and they have a lot of power, but they're not that fucking big. Like, Susquehanna's bigger than Citadel. Isn't BBBY Bed Bath and Beyond? Yes, they also own Bye Bye Baby. It's like a division of their company. I think also another company like Face Values or some shit like that is owned by them as well. You wrote Gamma Neutral at 108 in your daily. I updated it when the new information for the day came in. Is Cohen gonna purchase Bye Bye Baby and call it Baby Stop? Maybe. What are your thoughts on Sofi? I'm not a big fan of it. And if you want to own it for 5 years while it does nothing, clip what? I think they just want to keep the price as low as possible. Yeah, probably into earnings if they can. It's easier to short at 200. It's a lot riskier to short at 100. So if we start getting buy pressure, it would be a lot of risk to try and short it beyond that buy pressure. Do you really think the one really controlling the price is Susquehanna and not Citadel? They just had the cash to push shelling on SS. Um, Maybe. I think it's more likely that Citadel is, or Susquehanna is like short GameStop than it is that Citadel is short GameStop, like long short. Just because that's part of Susquehanna's strategy, whereas Citadel's plays volatility and they're a market maker. And Citadel has funds that could be short GameStop. It's correct thinking that shorting from 100 to 95 is not the same like shorting from 5 to 205, 200. Here they have to push double to short same money. Sort of. I think the problem they face with shorting at these low prices is that, they're trying to average up those old shorts over time, those like sub $5 shorts by shorting at like 200. But when you're at 100 and you're shorting $5 shorts, especially if they've gotten their average up, say their average is at like 125 now, right? Then they're bringing their average back down. So there's less motivation to short sub 100 than there is to short above it, right? Coincidentally, baby sap is what my girlfriend has nicknamed her IUD. The Gemma Max the same as Max Payne? No, Max Payne's at 112. I know you've been asked, but are you selling any CCs going into earnings crush? I was thinking about it before Ryan Cohen bought a fuck ton of BBBY. Now? No. What's the comparison between Jan 2021 open interest and, say, next week's current open interest? How much open interest do we need for when the buy pressure hits after positive news? Hmm. I mean, our open interest is nowhere near what it was in January 2021. I think the difference, though, is with the illiquidity, it doesn't need to be. It doesn't take as much volume to move GameStop's price anymore. However, the new margin requirements for the hedging of variant swaps means that it's harder to trigger a Volga-Vana squeeze. People seem to not realize Sus is a $2.5 trillion institution. Yeah, they're big. They're big boys. Citadel's easier to type. Well, if their average is above 100, if they've moved their average up, then they can cover shorts here, right? Sub 100. So if we have a bunch of CCs, we should probably get out of them. Probably. Why would a little early to sell CCs for earning? I guess. What's our sub 95 level of support? 93. Produce banning alcohol and seafood imports from Russia. Any plays? I don't know. Maybe find. No, not really. Commodity plays, probably dealing with like seafood. The seafood prices will probably spike. I finally figured out RC's plan. Just search Girls One Cup. Oh boy. 104 Max Payne? Max Payne this morning was 112. Did it move at market open? Ooh. Why did that update so late? Okay, so yeah, Gamma Max and Max Payne, same level. OPEC's boof, kind of a big deal. It is. If letting the price run every cycle is advantageous for them, why, in your opinion, did no run happen? I would assume because someone couldn't cover. Does that make you more bullish on the next run? I don't think you have to wait all the way to the next run. It makes me more bullish on like next week and the week after. 700 shares returned to IBKR, bar rate still at 1.6. Thoughts on either 100 BBY shares or a couple leaps? Depends on the strike on the leaps. Are you talking like way the fuck out of the money ones? I mean, mostly they return shares to keep from raising the overnight borrow rate. So that's why you don't really see them carry shares for multiple days on end. Are you expecting the pressure of RC's BBBY buy-in to affect GameStop? Yeah. Also, didn't they probably cover their short on BBBY when the buyback was announced? Unlikely. With institutions and illiquidity, the price moves down easily and retail can't move it up. Buy in odd lots, and our options power is much less than theirs, and boofing exposure keeps price low. Yeah. I mean, at least temporarily, but yes, it does. If someone can't cover, what does that explosion look like? Speak in the most bullish terms you know. I mean, it's good for the price. I'm not selling any calls on BBY for next week. I might sell CSPs. Bid-ask spread completely different on two brokers. Is that normal? Yeah. They each calculate their like options chain data differently. They each have their own formulation. I find it interesting that RC has been relatively silent up to recently. Now he's applying pressure. There's a reason for this, but not really any way for us to know why. It doesn't matter. Bullish. I think there's it's not that hard to determine his reasoning, but you doing the RC buy in BBBY DD this weekend? Yeah, I'm gonna try to get it out. I already started writing it, so it'll either tomorrow or Sunday. I should be done with it. Thoughts on 40 more shares of GME or 200 shares of BBBY? That's up to you, man. Do you have a timeline in mind for that pressure to kick in? I mean, I rolled forward my contracts to June, looking at this, kind of like we have another similar pileup of exposure coming, after March 17th. And so, I've rolled my contracts to June to kind of cover that period. And then if after that period we start to see nothing happening, I'm probably going to roll forward into leaps and wait. RC's buy-in should trigger a large number of FTDs, based on the ownership at the time he bought in. So similar to what happened last year. I also somewhat expect RC to buy more. Have you looked into the timings of the runs in relation to open interest those weeks? It would make sense if they chose when it runs and they would let it run with very low OI. And usually OI is pretty high when it runs because it runs on OPEX. And OPEX is like a large, like those quarterly OPEX dates are fairly significant OI periods. RC can't talk about Jamie right now due to earnings. It's true. DEO is one of the big players in the alcohol game. Check it out. Might be the play if anyone wants to play the Russian liquor bans. Do we really import that much liquor from Russia? I just feel like that can't be. I'm sure there's money to be made there. But I don't know. I don't feel like that's that significant of an industry. Should I read your copy of the BBYDD or just wait until James Rowland posts it? Seems like 94, 96 is the lowest they can go, and it always goes back to 100. Free option money. Yeah, it's generally a good play. Not always, but usually. LME's decision the other day to halt nickel trading and cancel all prior daily filled orders. That's next level, even by Robinhood standards. Could the NYSE SEC pull the plug on MOASS just the same? I mean, there was a reason they stopped those orders. It's because those orders took place and there was no existing, there was nothing to sell those people, right? So even though they bought in, there was nothing there to actually sell. But yes, they absolutely have the power to stop anything they fucking want whenever they want to, as we saw on February 24th, right? There's no question about it. It's just a matter of motivation. Is it worth it for them to stop it or not? Dan's alone import 50% of Russia's liquor. Just got out of jail, even without a tinfoil hat. If you think about it, RC is really mind fucking the shorts. I really think he's gonna buy more GME. I don't think so. Why? Why don't you just buy more BBBY? Do you find out what happened when you saw no increase despite OPEX? No, we don't know. But I mean, they haven't covered their obligations. We're waiting. They're one of the largest exporters of barley too. Interesting. I'm thinking of selling an out-of-the-money CSP and using premium to buy an at-the-money leap. Okay. What is this strategy called? A put credit spread? So you're selling a put, it's like a bull credit spread. You sell an out-of-the-money CSP and use that to fund a leap. It's very bullish. There's some downside risk to that. Stoli is made in Latvia with Russian alcohol components. Okay. RC bought enough BBY to own 10%. Would he have to stop talking about the company publicly? No. I don't, well, that depends. If he's trying to maybe. Yeah, that's possible. He might not be able to say anything publicly after that point. Check out Cat. Head and Shoulders breaking the upside. I know, I'm looking. It's right here. Yeah, synthetic long. Sorry, you got me watching it. So much volume. Yeah, it's gonna have a lot today. I think the shorts are gonna try to get out. It's had back-to-back positive earnings now. I'm about 80% down on my April 125s. I don't see the point of rolling now into June's. I mean, June 125s are also down a lot, right? Because what you've lost is not extrinsic value in the contract, but intrinsic value. And if you're down 80% on April 125s, it's because you bought them at like 125. So if the price was trading in that range, you would probably be closer to even. So when the sneaky BB buy board buyback, just enough shares. I mean, their buyback's over, I believe. We got 30 0DT 100C for 0.55. Let's ride. Ooh, I don't know how I feel about this today. They're not looking great. Spy's continuing to slip. Back down to that 424 resistance. Just below yesterday's close. Well, so much for that turnaround. Sold a $20 BBY leap put for 735. What can you expect to get assigned on a leap? When can you expect to get assigned on a leap? I mean, you may not get assigned right away. You might, somebody might just exercise it from under you if it closes up today. Cat is a direct competitor of my employer. I don't have mean to invest in our competition. Sad. Fair. She was trying hard this morning. I mean, there's a push, yeah. I think they tapped out IBKR. I'm not sure about Fidelity. What's Fidelity looking like right now? Hmm. Oh, nice. With this push down and neutral being up higher, do you think this afternoon can get kind of spicy with what should be coming up next week? I mean, it's possible. I think we can move back up to delta neutral, but probably just that. When are FTDs due from RC's buy-in? And T plus 2 plus 35 technically, but the pile up in FTDs not being cleared due to his buy-in, especially the way he timed his buy-in, could be starting sooner rather than later. Fidelity 47,000. Okay, so about 20,000 gone from Fidelity. When would you likely call the squeeze dead? If they stop shorting us massively through ETFs. Triple positive earnings. Where are the likes at, you heathens? If you guys could like the stream, it's a big help. I appreciate it very much. Thank you. Do you think early next week is going to be a massacre? Maybe. Why not? The Head and Shoulders, the one arm extended outward on cat? No, it kind of just rose up and failed to test, then broke out, then failed, and then consolidated, and then tested again and failed, and it's now testing again. So it's more of just a continuing uptrend. just with like some meh in the middle. You could even say that like after the first test, it's just like descending. Not even a descending wedge, just like a pennant forming. How long after reg show did the run start? 13 days. If I were to expect the same thing to happen again, I would expect BBBY to be listed on reg show following the futures expiration. And that would be the 22nd at market close. If it follows the exact same pattern GameStop did, you would say the 22nd reg share threshold, and then 13 days later, trading days, you would see the first spike in price improvement. $0.40 under, they would or not? What's it at? No. Stop flattening it a bit. It's nice. I'm not selling, so I'm not pulling back my BBBY $20 CSP because I want to buy BBBY at 20. Can you explain which parties want us to close at max pan and which want us to close below? Can we infer anything when one group wins out over the other? I mean, market makers want us to close at max pain. People short GameStop want it to close below, right? Because it makes clearing their FTDs cheaper. This is one of the many ways that, you know, market maker and short hedge fund interests don't align. More of that 50% weekly put OI or at 90 below. Lots of OI between 90 and 95. Somewhat of a downside gamma ramp to 80 if no buying pressure. I don't think so. A lot of that OI is sold. There's a lot of sold OI at 100 too. Which could also just be someone moving into a position, right? Especially because it was sold for this Friday at 100. Why are there even other stocks besides Cat and Rig? I mean, Rig's not having a great day. It had a good morning, but kind of just bleeding off now. All meme stocks getting hammered while SPY is still green. Yeah. What's the ticker on the bottom? Caterpillar. It's because you don't love rig enough. I don't hate it. I mean, it's not that the price is bad, and it's got short interest. It's just, I don't know. I feel like other oil plays are performing better. Market has been battling $1,000 the past month or more for going up after a president speaks. Removal from the removal of the uncertainty effects, a bump up in most tickers could be coming shortly. We'll kiss Rig's boo-boos and it will rise again. I hope so. Speaking of the intelligence, Russia will pay a severe price if they use chemical weapons. Sounds about right. I don't know what's left for them to do. New intraday high on cat. Next resistance for cat, probably here at 1750 to 1750. The next real resistance is at 220, and it looks good to keep pushing up into it. But cat moves slow. It's not a quick stock. April 29, $30 calls, too near dated for BBBY. I think so, yeah. That seems too soon. I would want to be definitely further out than that. What do you think is a good entry for BBBY? 16 to 20 is solid. You've previously said the fact that they've shorted GME this far down is very bullish. Today you've said this price action is bearish. Can you clarify? It's bullish in the amount of obligations they have built up that they have yet to clear. This morning's price action is bearish because they borrowed a shitload of shares and shorted the stock. So they have to cover those obligations, but they don't have to cover them today. If they in fact pushed them out, we won't see covering of them for quite some time, especially if there was a failed margin call. I'm predicting 15 to 20 million DRS for GME. It's very high. I don't think so. I don't think the bid-ask spread has changed drastically enough for that to be true. I don't get cat's market cap. Like, yeah, one day caterpillars will become butterflies, but a lot could happen when they're in the cocoon. Super risky investment. All right. A lot of people would say Caterpillar is absolutely not a risky investment and a very stable blue chip stock. Is there a big cement construction supply company in Eastern Europe? Oh shit, what was the cement company that fucking WeBull used to give me tons of? Aren't they all over Europe? And the one based in Mexico. God damn, I can't remember the name of it. We're $2 off the daily low. Cemex, yeah. Yeah, CX. Mix the cement with giant baguettes. How significant are the resistances on ETFs if their price is determined by a bunch of different tickers? Still relative to like overall market movement, but I would say less so. ETFs can be a little more unstable in their price movements than the underlying equities themselves. Remember that Cemex insider call? Those are sneaky peeky days. Could someone artificially keep the bid-ask spread small? Hard, but I suppose if more market makers got involved with GameStop, it would narrow down the bid-ask spread. But there's no reason for them to, right? Because there's no volume. So like not enough volume to present opportunity for arbitrage. I don't understand options and have GME already, but have a small amount of cash. I'll need 2 months. Is it smart idea to sit on it or park in GME or BBY? I know there's risk, but is that a dumb idea? I mean, it's up to you. I mean, obviously, if you are investing money in the market, you're taking a risk. Um, is the risk worth it for you to take? Is I guess the question. I mean, money in the bank is not going to be the current rate of growth and inflation, but it'll remain money in the bank, whereas money in the market, you know, might disappear. You zoom in on the GME chart since no one else is paying attention to it anyway. Are the identical patterns on BBY and GME today indicative of additional shorting creation through ETFs, or are they using borrowed underlying shares to short on the time frequency? I think they're more indicative of overall market movement with some additional shorting behind it. It's really not like as well strategized as you think. The market was coming down, so they short the down ticks to drive it down even further, so it underperforms, right? But GameStop should have a fairly decent amount of FTDs due today, so I think a move back into the like 100 range, like this early morning dip, and climb back into the afternoon, and then break up towards gamma max or gamma neutral is probably not unlikely. At least a break up towards delta neutral, right? Like 102.50 is in the cards. Do you think Grom is a pump and dump? I got an alert 2 days ago around 90 cents, so I was skeptical. Have a look. Thanks. Oh, I really hate fucking penny stocks. Could be. Oh, I think there was like something that happened on this a while back and people got fucking destroyed. Was it here? Yeah. So this squeezed out a bunch of shorts. They got some sort of rights back here, and they squeezed out a bunch of shorts, and they got slammed back down. and like everybody on like fucking Wall Street Bets was trying to play this like pennant breakout, and it failed and got crushed in November. That was their Freg's day. It could come back up. They actually have some fairly valuable IP, I think. If I remember correctly. So this might not be the worst play in the world, honestly. But I wouldn't target much above its current trading price. There's resistance at 150. And I'm sure things have developed with the company that I'm unaware of, because the last time I looked at it was in September. I'm just pulling your gherkin on the cat reference. That's okay. What's your opinion on RSI? Is it more accurate on the 1 minute or the 5? I mean, it's more accurate on longer time frames. That's true of basically every oscillator. I missed the old battle for 180. Me too. Best way to buy 100 GME shares: straight up buy them, or buy 0 DTE deep in the money and try to luck out on spread and exercise them. I mean, you can try to pull that off. It's not necessarily easy to do, but are we breaking that resistance on cat? Hold on, I need to check something real quick. 217.52. I'm gonna mark that because there's options there that I can't see them wanting to go in the money. Spike there. 1300. This is gonna get rejected. Well, I got out of those weeklies, so that was cool. At a little profit. 8%, 9%. Last night I watched the Kitty Corner's thesis on Gmail. Do you think he is onto something? Check DMs. Cement penis. Very nice popcorn chair. It's super mature of you. Last night I watched Grom is like H-Gen play. Maybe. I have two ETF questions. Are ETFs aware of how they're being used by short hedge funds? If so, are they just okay with it? Not all ETFs are abused the same way that XRT is, and it's likely that the abuse that occurs on XRT is because State Street itself has very little active management of the fund, and it's essentially run by the APs that like it's approved or authorized participants who are complicit in abusing the ETF. I used Fregze Massacre in casual conversation with someone. I had to pretend it was a historical event of some importance. Do you think Ford long-term more room to the downside, or do you think it'll stabilize in the 15 to 16 range? I don't actually hate Ford long-term. I'm not going to invest in it because I don't care that much, but I think 15 to 16 was at least the range I'd marked out for it for a good entry, if I remember correctly. Yeah. This is a solid range right where it's trading right now. It's just resting right on its EMA 250. It could fall below, don't get me wrong, but not much. I mean, the real room to the downside is about 75 cents. So if you're looking at Ford for something very long term, I think this entry is not bad. Could it fall further? Maybe, but there's a lot of support here at 1550. And since it's already double tested the lows here, or triple tested the lows coming into this, it looks like there's some buy support. So maybe if you have time, you could wait for a turnaround if you're okay with paying like 1650 for it. But remember, if you're doing that you may have to pay 25 cents more a share in the aiming for 75 cents less a share. So by trying to capture a 1550 buy-in, you may end up paying 25 cents more a share. So that's your risk on entry. So I actually like the 1625 range. I think it's a nice middle ground. I'd prefer 16, but it's not bad. So cat consolidating high again is probably going to push back into 1750. What long-term time frame would you consider safest for BBBY leaps? I mean, the safest would be within 10% of the money in 2024. Those are expensive though, right? Like what are 22 or 25? I don't know what options are open that far out. The change should be a little better now after that run the other day. Yeah, they have 22s. So 22 2024s are 860. These seem very safe. You could go in the money for not much more. I mean, like for 200 or 150, $200 more, you could target 15, which is like where Cohen's cost basis is. You may have a hard time getting a fill. You may not. But I would be targeting like the mid or closer to the bid if I could get it. But those would be considered safe. 2023, without speculating, I mean, there's a lot to speculate on with BBBY, but 2023, I would probably aim maybe in the money, like 17 or 15. Does Macy's seriously have 3x their market cap in real estate alone? Yeah, Macy's is pretty undervalued, but that's because the price of real estate's going up rapidly. So you're seeing that with Dillard's, Macy's, probably BBBY as well, where the value of their real estate significantly exceeds the market cap of the company. UVXY might go up next week, Popcorn Trader, when SLD deposits begin. Currently running 16 CSP on forward. So yeah, that's probably not a bad idea. With regards to a possible OPEX fail, does FINRA have any incentive to not extend liquidation window 4 times, 60 business days? It seems to me that FINRA's incentive is to always max extend. Yes, because the counterparty can just demand liquidation. So FINRA can extend their deposit requirements for that call, but the counterparty can still just force close the position. And so, you know, you can see if the risk is sufficient. I mean, obviously they're not interested in burning bridges for a small amount of money. And as long as, you know, they continue to control the price in this range, I'd imagine they can stay fairly safe from counterparty liquidation. But if the price starts to run, that's another story. FINRA's first 15-day window on the 17th from OPEX. And even with FINRA, they'd have a hard time. They have to get written approval, and they have to, you know, they might have been able to get an extension based on the rules change and the early release of FTD data mistakenly by the SEC. But they may not be able to get another extension because they're definitely not getting one based on illiquidity in the spot market. I can tell you that. Hold on, I want to sell CSP on this real quick. GT, $13 CS. Sell no money. Thoughts on 10x BBBY $20 CSP weeklies, each for about 170. Not bad. If you're okay with buying at 20, yeah. I'm gonna sell some at. Do I want to sell them at 20? I'm probably gonna sell some at 17 for next Friday before the end of today. Depending on if we get another like a low. How's cat doing? The cat pushing back up on this resistance. The volume looks weak. I expect it to fail again. Remember, I know cat looks bullish today, but weeklies are super fucking dangerous on it. X coming down a little bit? No. This morning was a decent entry. If you have... maybe not. I was gonna say, if you have long VIX positions, like 3 months, don't forget that you can sell CCs on these. You can use a PMCC for these these like uptrend market days. As VIX remains elevated, you know, if you have a turnaround in the market, you can use that to your advantage by selling naked calls on shorter time frames above your current strike. So say you have like VIX at 25 or VXX. Let's say VXX, right? What's VXX trading at? Son of a bitch. Yeah, 25. So say you have it at 25. You can sell naked calls at like 27, 26. Like not long term, but like weeklies. Not as long term as your 25. You can sell like weeklies and stuff above it to kind of offset your theta loss as you hold. Something to remember or think about. Hedgies forget Fridays are payday. Jimmy same as tank of gas. Thanks, John Jar. Mom is one today. You better hope we MOASS soon. Mom is on one today. She's looking through the yellow pages for an attorney. She says half of that $60 ad money is herself. I mean, like, the commercial real estate issue is the bubble issue. I think is going to be the biggest issue or biggest problem for companies that lease lots of real estate, because they're locked into these overpriced leases, especially ones entered last year and this year, that, you know, could seriously fuck them when real estate prices, or at least disadvantage them against their competition when real estate prices come down. The people that own the real estate, I mean, like Macy's and stuff, they've owned that shit forever. So, you know, even with a crash, they're probably still going to be on the upside. Been away from streams. Where are we at in terms of theories? A few weeks back on SS, I saw options makers writing contracts for 900 on GME. What's that all about? Likely part of their entropy hedge, NJ197. I took your advice and sold 16 110s for next week. No more 250 CCs for me. Jesus Christ. I said this week, you idiot. Next week's dangerous. Price targets review with regards to RC's buy-in and RC buying calls from 60 until 80. I mean, if those go in the money, so, you know, you're talking about for Bed Bath & Beyond to hit that price, you're talking about a valuation of about 10 billion, right? A little less. Maybe 8 or 9 billion for it to hit 80. Like almost GameStop's current valuation. They have $7.7 billion in assets. So yeah, I know Cat's looking to test T17. I don't think it was very volume backed. It might push through. No, it failed. Yeah. I say I love watching this way more than staring at GME doing nothing all day. It's cool to see how you think through different positions on different tickers. It's really informative. Thanks, man. I guess in the US there's a lot of cheap residential real estate after 2008. Based on the most recent earnings report, what do you think is a rough estimate for the fair value of GME stock? Speculation and everything else aside, Michael, like where we're trading, 80 to 110. if you take out the, you know, forward looking things that have not officially been announced, without guidance though, yeah, 80 to 110. I did the exact same thing with 110 CCs. I mean, if you guys are prepared to buy them back, but there's some risk next week going into earnings. Sub short sellers are doing a deal with Vanguard BlackRock to buy their shares cheap and return the borrowed float. Nothing. The exact same thing with 110 CC. Docu dead. It's been kind of dead since this morning. I bought here on this to see if it broke out. It didn't, and I sold here. It's mostly just down. I sold here, I think. I think the shorts are gonna try to get out of this. So I'm gonna actually play this on a longer time frame. But I'm waiting to see what happens, because remember Spurt I bought in way too fucking early. And I was already looking at this for a potential move back to, you know, like 110, 120. But I don't want to buy in too early like I did with Spurt. So I'm gonna wait a little bit. Like I played some 0DTs on it today for fun, but I'm on a serious note, I'm gonna wait and see if I can get an entry around 75, maybe even another entry around 80 as I can start to confirm it moving up. The problem is it's so volatile that it may move up like in after hours before I can actually move into a decently priced position. But I'm still trying to figure out that like scanner I'm building. Docu dead with the invention of paper and pen. No. Digital notarization and stuff like that is very valuable. The ability to sign documents online, as stupid as a business model it is valuable to lots and lots of companies. Don't get me wrong, I'm not a big fan of them as a company, but the product they have is, I mean, not without interest. People selling risky CCs, apparently. I think they're joking, but a lot of mortgage foreclosures after 2008 crash, I think. Yeah. After losing almost 10K on options since November, at some point I literally turned to prayer. That's not going to save you. Are there any structural steel companies in Europe that are being looked at? I'm not. You could. Do you think GME earnings, if good, could cause FOMO? Yes. That's a possibility. Provided they are, in fact, good. When's the XRT? X dividend date is the 17th. S&P rebalances on the 18th. I'm just giving you grief. I'd used them at one of my old jobs and it was miserable. Yeah, no, I know. People aren't a fan of them. They don't like their software, but they make a lot of money. And they beat earnings twice now, and they're super fucking undervalued. And I think possibly that we saw a big decline in that, like, in all those COVID bubble stocks, because I think the Fed pulled their money out at earnings. I think Netflix, Peloton, Docu, and I don't think it's actually the move, like, into a period where, you know, masking regulations and stuff are dropping off and the fear of coronavirus is starting to fade. I think it's actually that the Fed just pulled shitloads of money out of all these companies. It's too big a sell-offs and too many tech companies. And yeah, sure, they're overvalued, but you know, seeing positions of that size getting pulled out with that regularity across all the same type of, like, class of stock is suspicious. And then obviously shorts are going to pile in to those post earnings drops. And so, you know, with Docu beating earnings twice now, you know, the shorts are in kind of a precarious position given how undervalued it is. Like, DocuSign is currently valued as if there had already been a market crash. It's like $50,000 for 60 users. Yeah, they make a shitload of money. I was joking. Okay, goodbye, Polar Bear. I hope RC is gonna drop a boom next Thursday. If not, I'm used to the disappointment. I mean, he's really fucking well set up for it. If he doesn't announce anything at the GameStop meeting, I just hope he announces buying more Bed Bath & Beyond, because that'd be awesome. But I think he might wait. I'll go into that more in the DD this weekend. So you think the 20% dip on Facebook was just the Fed and not margin calls? It could have been both. It could have been one or the other. I don't know, but it's interesting, right? I mean, you'd expect the Fed to be investing in big, stable tech companies like that, right? Especially with inflation coming in. And the fact that we're seeing such, like, massive amounts of money pulled out at each of these earnings statement, like, and lining up so well with, like, the Fed's QE, like, ending. I don't know. I need to dig into it more, but it's compelling. Give you quick TA on Apple. Descending wedge is continuing. So no breakout was realized there. Let me see. I would look more towards piece of shit. Seems to have a fairly stable floor here, mostly like right along the 180. I could see a bounce to the upper, like the upper trend here, like 165. I don't know if it'll break out, but it could just be like a small bounce play. It's almost $10 move. It's not terrible. I would probably target like what do they have, 158s? No, I guess I would target 160. What the fuck is there? Maybe weeklies. Here we go. I guess you'd have to target 160. I'd wait for a bounce before I targeted it. Or if it dips below 155, I would target that. Here. Yeah, I would wait, confirm a turnaround, and then maybe a test of 165. Oh, I don't want to exercise these. My opinion's gonna announce buying more BBY at the GameStop earnings. No, he would announce it separately, but maybe in that same time frame. I don't think so, though. I think it's better for him to wait, especially with the hiring of the proxy lawyer. There's the play there is a little bit longer. How do analyst ratings play into what you were talking about with Docu? Updated analyst ratings cut Docu value by half. Do they work with the Fed on this? I mean, some analysts work with shorts on that. They stopped asset purchasing. Yeah. Are you gonna shop at BBBY if he has RC Ventures take over? But no, I don't. I mean, probably not. I don't really shop there anyway. Somebody lost more than me on options. A lot of people have probably lost more than you on options. My current loss on GME contracts that I'm carrying is 58,000 down. I've made back money on at the money calls a few times, especially on our dips below 100, but and that's offset what were far bigger losses, but it's still mostly just down. Yeah, I'll explain it, Stefan, and the DD tomorrow. Also, contract super cheap again. I think it's got huge upside. I I I don't really see it. It might. I don't know. It looks like the shorts have a lot of control. That actually popped up on my scanner too, so maybe wait for an entry. The signal wasn't as strong as Docu, but after MOASS, please keep your tip jar open so pores can pay for all the wrinkles you've blessed us with. Oh, it needs to see that. Not great. 58K rookie numbers. That's offset pretty heavily. On 87, I bought 90s, like 190 contracts that went back into the money. Do you invest in crypto? Not really. I put money there, but I'm not a big fan. I like Cardano. If this XRT shit blows over, that Algorand's not terrible. I like the staking at least. Don't do it. I wouldn't do it through a marketplace though. I would do it in a wallet. I have some Bitcoin and I have a bunch of Ethereum that I didn't buy, but that's the thing about GME options is that they lose value super fucking fast. Theta and IV are expensive as fuck. But when they print so goddamn hard that it doesn't matter. They used to. Citadel prime contractor was responsible for the collapse of the Hard Rock in New Orleans, cut corners, not use adequate steel, and killed 3 people. Fuck. I'm down year to date on GME options about 125,000. I mean, my total losses are probably near there if I don't account for the contracts that I did while on. But my current like averaged out loss is like my net is 57. 57 or 58. It's probably down a little today actually. Probably closer to like 60 now. Yeah, the only reason I'm waiting to talk about it until the DD is because it's like a lot that I want to flesh out and I want to make sure that I get the point across clearly. I thought you called ADA a shitcoin. I mean, I'm not happy with it because I bought it high and it keeps dropping. And right now it kind of is, but it is very well decentralized. Also, Gaff convinced me to buy a bunch more of it, so I still don't. It's never going to be like Bitcoin though. It's never going to be worth that much. You know, you're buying it like what 70 cents right now or 80 cents right now, for a possible realized value of, you know, maybe like $5 to $10 in a few years. Do you ever have regret about a stock investment, either that you got crushed on or that you sold too early on? I mean, I don't really carry it. I don't think about it a lot, but sure. I mean, everyone's had things go south on them. Palantir. I mean, Palantir is weird for me because my cost basis has remained really low and I've driven it down with covered calls, but the company just continues to underperform, right? And I'm holding it for this upside that will probably never happen. Um, at least not anytime soon. So I'm not sure why I'm still in it. Like I could still sell at a tiny profit, but eh, it's just kind of shit, right? UWMC, I have a lot of that too, and that's also kind of just a big bag of shit as well. Um, so yeah, everyone's got some shitty plays. That just happens. I don't think regretting them is worth it. You just try to average down as much as you can, use covered calls, and get out of the position and find something better. If RC was going to buy into another meme stock basket, what do you think it would be and why? Probably Express, maybe Dick's. Dillard's would be the best target, but I doubt he will. Just because of the price. And he really couldn't get a significant amount of ownership over there. Down 1.25 million paper trading account. Is Campbell's Soups in that basket of stocks in XRT? I don't think so. So that Campbell's Soup play is long, but it's decent. Other stocks like that are good, Kraft Heinz, Kroger, those are all fairly decent as we move into a bear market and a possible recession. What's Cat doing? Looks like it's bouncing and moving in for yet another test. Looks good, actually. This, I would say this looks a little stronger given the volume reversal. Fuck you, Jamie. This FTD covering fucking price trap is such bullshit. I heard Palantir's CEO is bad. I don't know about that. I mean, they're not very good at making money, I'll tell you that much. Yeah, I agree with you, Segan. You can't regret losses. I have express leaps just in case. I wouldn't have them above $4. Welcome to this bullshit again. Yeah, welcome. Welcome to flat and sideways GameStop. It's not like you can't make money off this, right? You can sell condors. There's a million things you can do to make money off a flat stock. You can sell strangles, you can short condors, like, and still make profit while the stock does nothing. And we'll be learning more about all of these things going forward as we move into this less bull market significantly. Unilever, Procter, Johnson, not so much Johnson & Johnson, but yeah, P&G and Unilever are good. I don't like Johnson & Johnson for right, not anymore. I used to, but they're definitely no longer in my basket of failed economy stocks. I can definitely say Jimmy might be one of the hardest stocks to actually make money on. Probably. Tesla's kind of close. Look at Jimmy, June 460, 480 showing prices at 2650, 2750. What? Recalls? Are you looking at puts? No. I don't know what you're talking about. One of my favorite things about this channel is your integrity. You're always honest. You never waver in your beliefs. This morning you said you'd lose money on GME 0 TTs, and you did. I still think it can break back to delta neutral. The question is, do I keep averaging it down, hoping it does? And then am I just gonna like, am I gonna buy in for 20 contracts and then just break even on a test of 100? Favorite candy bar and why is it a Fifth Avenue? You know, I don't mind those, but they're hard to find. Can you look at Logitech? Yeah, I guess. Fuck. Um, what are you looking to do on this? Short it? If you're looking for an entry for like a buy-in, I'd say it's a little high. Maybe not. No, a little high. I think you could probably, well, maybe you missed it. There was a buy-in opportunity here at 67. I'm not sure it'll bounce here, but it could. Jimmy, fuck is it? If you're looking to short it, it's risky. You got to wait for a rejection. Did bear market help out GME? It could realize more value. It's a retailer. Retailers don't tend to do that poorly, especially like video games. I can't see doing terribly in a down economy. You know, they provide a lot of hours of entertainment for still a relatively low cost. And GameStop is able, as a retailer, to price inflation in because they don't manufacture anything, right? Shipping could hurt them a little bit, but I think that'll be offset by their ability to maintain a higher cost and continue to have business. Movie theaters also usually do really well during a depressed economy. Maybe not this time around though. We'll probably just see a reduction in online subscriptions and a lot of competition in that space as people try to get more and more content. And then whoever wins the war of getting the most content will likely surge ahead as the most successful one. For a long time, that's been Netflix, but that may not be true anymore. Blown away how anyone trusts the stock market all without blockchain stocks. Stefan, no one cares. No one cares about trusting the market. You don't need to trust it. Just make money off of it. Understand what's wrong with it, and then try to use that to your advantage. Stop worrying about blockchain stock markets and things that are never going to be realized anytime soon. And don't worry, if we move to a blockchain stock market, they'd find a way to corrupt that too. Probably in all the same ways. I mentioned it earlier, but you have any thoughts on this being the 5th day of the last 7 that the SPY and VIX are both down at the same time? Feels like it might be a signal for selling exhaustion. I think in the near term, the SPY could get some strength, like the next week or so. But I think like on a macro trend, it's fucked. It's just that our like what should just be a crash is really just this slow bleed down. And I think the Fed is largely responsible for easing that drop off. But I mean, the VIX is already kind of in a loop, right? It just keeps spiking, and then over the weekend, some news will happen with Russia, and then the SPY will fucking drop again on Monday. Is your DD gonna help me not want to liquidate my entire portfolio into BBBY $80 leaps? I mean, I hope not, because that's a super far out of the money and very risky play. Could CEI be a thing? Possibly. I've looked at it before. Do you have any BBBY shares? Yeah, I have 5,200 right now, and I have another like 400 covered calls, or I have 4 covered calls, so 400 shares that I'll probably get assigned on today. If it dips lower, I might get assigned on a few more, but I'll have probably another 400 shares after today. You think we're going down a lot more up to earnings, or this is it? I really don't see them pushing us much below this point. Buy pressure is fairly high here, and I don't think it's very advantageous for them to short us down, deep down into the double digits. If there's truly a squeeze, we might see something crazy like a drop to 50 or something, but it would be very short-lived. Do you say, I've been honest, do you say XRT rebalancing might cause it to rip or GME to rip? Both. I think SLD is going to be horrific this upcoming week. We'll see how quickly the deposits go through. It wasn't actually that bad last month. It was bad, exacerbated by the war, right? If you're going to buy UVXY calls, hoping for SLD SPY dips next week, what dates would you look for your strikes? I would probably buy them pretty far out because the SLD period can drag out for a little while. So I would be looking at April in order, to preserve theta and, ensure that I had, was able to carry those calls through that period in time. And with VIX already elevated, SPY puts might be better, especially if you can find a day where the VIX is down a little bit. Maybe both. The VIX will probably shoot back over 30, so. Reddit update time. Yeah, I don't think I've even done one today. Not a lot to say. It's just FTD covering. Boop. What's up with all the paper jams on GMA? GT+2, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man.
Happy birthday, girl.
What do you think about Zim's $17 dividend? That's like 20%.
But we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go.
And it's not bad. When's the ex-dividend date?
With the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the band GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't.
They're doing okay, man. This breakout looks good. It looks like it's going to continue to grow, albeit slowly, but decent. Let me check cat. Okay, cat did push back up through 1750. This is good. Cat can. This range doesn't have a lot of volume traded, so this move could be kind of explosive. Well, explosive for Caterpillar. What are your thoughts on GME 150C for Jan 23rd? Lowest strike I can afford with leaps. I'm tired of losing money and not enough theta bought. GameStop will need to do something. I mean, from a fundamental outlook, GameStop will need to do something significant in the next 2 quarters for those to realize good value. I don't think 150 is a bad target. I'd rather have 140. But 150 is not bad, Andrew. It's a little riskier, but not too much. For SOS, maybe do another member stream once a month for the purpose of recording videos. That way you still feel like you're talking to people and not just a camera while recording. Maybe. I mean, it means that their margin's a little better right now, but also primes are pulling back on the amount of margin they're allotting. So it's hard to say how advantageous this is. I think a crash would be very advantageous for them, but this like slow slide and, you know, with primes de-risking, this isn't great for their margin, right? It's more neutral. I'm going to inverse logic for next week. FOMC. Everyone thinks the Fed won't hike because of Russia. Therefore, the market will bounce. I think the Fed won't hike and the market won't like it at all. Interesting. I could see that. I could see the Fed not hiking. But I think they're going to vote a 0.25. I just think it's not enough to be relevant. And the market may not like that. But, you know, then if they go 0.5, the market won't like that either. I don't really think there's anything bullish coming out of FOMC, to be honest. IMPP. Are you just saying you're a PP? Or are you talking about Imperium Petrol? This looks set up for a bounce. Natural gas, Louisiana and Texas. Biofuel subsidiary. There's another Southwest Gas. This is something I'm interested in right now. Ongoing issues with the board and ICAD. But with the demand on natural gas, it could be interesting. Boop. How's NAC looking today? Why do you care? You sold, right? That's on CrowdStrike. CRWD. Cybersecurity play shot up $30 Wednesday. Aftermarket and good consolidation. I mean, you're kind of chasing, aren't you? CRWD. The intraday doesn't look very interesting. This doesn't look bullish. It could break up, but yeah, I don't love it. And there's some decent resistance here at like 197, 198. Yeah, it's kind of chasing. Not kind of, it's definitely chasing. Ball metal packing and CCK both produce metal packaging that does well during a recession. Okay. I want to plus on the school stock. If you do it in the same format that you did the weekly video DDs, that might fit your style pretty well. Maybe I need to. I know I need to get going. I have a video that's like almost done that I need to put out over there. I'm working on it. Putting them together and stuff isn't really something I'm very good at yet. If they keep bleeding Ivy like this, how much can they realistically crush Ivy after earnings? Can it really go that much lower? Yeah. It could go down back into like the 70s or 80s where we saw it like pre-August. 100% agree that we have reached the point of rates up or down won't matter. The market will respond negatively to either condition. I think so, yeah. There's no good answer. I think at this point, their best bet might be just to take the hit and hike them and clear out some of this inflation. It's not gonna, unfortunately, it's not gonna affect oil, right? So it's, even that answer is not great right now. They could provide more liquidity and move back into quantitative easing. That could help, but briefly, right? I think 25 BPS or 0 is somewhat bullish. I just don't think it's bullish will last very long. There's a change in Russia and US oil policy. I really don't think oil policy will change. IMPP on reg show? Interesting. How long? Working with SPY and Q have seen their highest of the year in early Jan. I mean, my like longer term short position on the SPY is doing well. I don't expect to sell it anytime soon. When XRT coming off reg show? Probably near their rebalance. So March 18th, T+2, T+3. I think we're in a massive market-wide short. I mean, everyone's flipping short because the market's going down. Is this the year that we find out who let the dogs out? Possibly. I believe J-Pal will reveal himself as the second coming of our Lord and Savior, and all will be okay. Moonwood will get his shares back, and Stefan will get his blockchain exchange, and I'll get my dad back. None of those things are happening. When this is all over, you should definitely purchase a carbon steel pan and ditch the cast iron. Thank me later. I already have several carbon steel pans. I actually only have like 2 cast irons. What would be a good entry point for Tesla? Like long term? Maybe like 300 or 400? You think about playing more potential downside on Facebook, or do you think it's settling to a new support for the long term? Yeah, I think there's more downside. I think Facebook can move down into like maybe even like the 150s. Some of y'all are saying you're selling covered calls next week with confidence, and I'm scared for y'all. Why would you take that risk next week? I'm not. I'm not selling any covered calls next week. The 17th through like the 24th look fairly bullish, so I'm not taking the risk at all. Should I open an account on RH to sell some CSP? Because Fidelity tells me I need to play with CCs for a year to upgrade to level 2. I mean, you can open an account wherever you want, but yeah, Fidelity's a little more strict on giving out options permissions. Yeah, I agree. They're not going to fix the economy with rate raises. Maybe make a class syllabus for the school stock vids, or one for each vid. Have it as a PDF too. Just an idea. May help in shooting the videos as well. Maybe. Wouldn't BBBY on Reg Show? I think if it's gonna follow the same pattern as GameStop did last year, then after futures expire. MaxPayne.com this morning when I wrote the daily DD was showing 112. Fluffy. But yeah, it's showing 104 after market opens. I don't know why. How difficult is it to keep XRT's price stagnant or down during a rebalancing? I'd imagine not easy, given that, you know, how short it is, right? The shorts have to be cleared out because they need to rebalance their asset pool. What happens if it leaps on PMCC if on the short call the contract is in the money? On the short call, the contract is in the money? I mean, your leap should be in the money then as well. So, you know, your long call is far dated. And then your short call is nearer, right? And at a higher strike. So if this is in the money, then this should be significantly in the money. So you sell this and buy this back, and then the difference is your profit. I'm working on it. I'll try to get it out this weekend if I can, you know. Ditch the cast iron. Carbon steel is great, but cast irons are where it's at for versatility. I'm not ditching my cast iron, don't worry. The heavier weight is good too because it retains heat better. What are your thoughts on Adabit's new D? Kind of already knew most of it. Yeah, he seems like he's just way the fuck behind. Typical Adabit DD, stating the obvious, sometimes mostly incorrectly. People like that. About GME and BBY on the consolidation. Glad it's moving back up. Well, barely. Because we could run up into earnings, Luis. Ability is Big Brother. They do stuff for your own good, and zero DTEs are poison. Sometimes. Sometimes they're fucking awesome. BBBY follow F-man cycles. It follows the same cycles as like OPEC cycle GameStop does. Does it matter that Bed Bath & Beyond stores are empty? Probably not. Who's saying interest rates will have a meaningful effect? I don't think they will. Cast iron is 100% the best. Adabit had to raise a barn. Give the man a break. I don't know, Brumstick. Where have you? What do we see 140 again? Remember that used to be the holy bottom resistance. Good times. They were. Devin, it's better for certain things for sure. Wheat is slowly climbing up today. I recommend cooking it in stainless steel. It might be late. Is there a sign of a margin call? There's an indication that one may have occurred. I don't think he has a job in finance. Doesn't he work on like a CBD farm? That's not a finance job, Greedy Deadman. Do you want to eat tacos and drink margs tonight? I can swing by and pick you up at 7. No, I'm okay. I'm gonna stay home. Have you tried poking the stock today? It'll come up into the late afternoon, most likely. Everyone hyping cast iron, but nobody talking about waffle iron? Fair enough. So if I'm playing earnings and I think there will be a move, I figured that 325 calls were too close. You mentioned yesterday that my 4-1 calls were a weird date. Do you think they're too close also? It's not that they're too close, it's just that they're like a weekly. Like weekly options, far dated weekly options tend to have very bad liquidity. So, you know, if the move isn't significant, you're going to lose money on that spread. Half the folks are below average intelligence like me and like this low level stuff. Whatever. It just breeds more conspiracy theories and misinformation. No good comes of it. I used to think that there was beneficial, but no. Well, the advantage would be if we moved up on earnings. You wouldn't even consider 150cc. I mean, I guess if there's enough time on it, the price could come back down. But no, it's too risky. I wouldn't. You can do whatever you want, Moonwind. I hope you get assigned again. Because if you get assigned, I'll get rich. Thoughts on compressing yield curves? Yeah. I mean, it's not good for them, right? Because a lot of their current purchases are in like the 2 to 5 year range. It's one of the reasons they're not really incentivized to push rates hard. Skills not on my scanner, no. I was too busy yesterday, the Santa Cruz, but I'll try to watch it this weekend if I get a chance. I have it bookmarked. US stripping Russia of most favored nationwide trade status, putting them in Cuba and North Korea column. Didn't CAT already break 1750? Did it fall back down again? No. I'm sorry you have to lose. What happens if CAT breaks 218? Can move up into 220 further. $17 billion hit in Russia. I mean, BlackRock could single-handedly float the Russian economy at this point for a few years. It's a big hit, but I'm sure they'll make it back. Yeah, I think they're trying to close out some of the sold puts. Do you think it's risky to make a career move right now? Are you going to get paid more? I already messaged you the answer meditation when you DM me and asked me. I didn't call March 23rd for a big run. I said it's possible that we run. It marks the last time for them to cover OPEX before it's more obvious that it's just a failed margin situation. I was watching a news report saying that oligarchs have more money in foreign assets outside of Russia than Russia has in value. I'm sure. Pay would be more, but jobs in the Bay Area. But it's a job more aligned with my interests. I mean, if the pay is better, you know, it's possible that, you know, we'll see a drop in, you know, rents and real estate and cost of living prices in a couple of years. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, that trade-off's up to you. It sounds like it's something you'd rather do for maybe slightly more money. Maybe you can find a living situation that's not as expensive. Do you prefer college ruled paper, plain paper, or graph paper for note taking? College ruled. So based on volume and price movement on the 23rd will indicate if there was a margin call. No. If nothing happens, it's more likely that there was a margin call. Like if nothing gets covered, I mean XRT's still got to rebalance, right? The S&Ps are going to rebalance on the 18th no matter what. If GameStop gets moved back down, and I don't know if the market cap is low enough, but if it were to get moved back down into the S&P 600, that would cause buying. You really can't invest in cheap Russian garbage that'll bounce when this is all over. No, I don't really follow any UK stocks. It depends on how much is required for deposit meditation. It doesn't have to decline. It didn't in October. You should experience the joy of engineering paper for graphs and equations. All the fun of graph paper, but without the visual noise. Close to bulleted paper. Interesting. Hedges are walking a fine line between funds buying on the way down. S&P 600 is 850 million to 3.6. Okay, yeah, so we probably can't move back into that. I think we can move back into the Russell if we stay this low. Russell 2000 market cap is higher, right? Hmm. The largest with oh, it's tough. I don't know if we would or not. We could if we were trading a little lower than we are right now, slide at least based on last year's evaluation, slide into the Russell 2000. I think the S&P 600 is out. It doesn't matter if we move index though. What matters is that the ETFs have to rebalance. Thoughts on QQQ performance over the next 3 months? Mostly down, probably. Does the settlement of deposits being more spread out affect the market? No idea. Bay Area is often probably less impact. Bay Area is often not a great place to live. Big money, lower quality of life. Depends on what kind of living situation one. That's margin call price decreased over the past few months. And what do you think the range of that price is? No idea. It could have, yeah. I mean, primes are pulling back margin limits, but not necessarily equally for everyone, right? So Friday, let's pin the meme stocks. But even if we move back to the Russell 2000, the volume coming from all the buy-ins wouldn't be enough to obfuscate their supposed OPEX obligations, right? It would be far more than enough. GameStop specifically, if that's what you're referring to. It'd also be moving into vastly more liquid ETFs. It'd be weighted far higher than it is in the Russell 1000. You're looking at SPY E-mini future pricing through end of year. It keeps teetering on backwardation. NQ only backwardation till mid-year. No, because I don't really track SPY E-mini futures. Or SPX futures, to be honest. I don't find them to be an accurate representation of current price action. They can help make an assessment, but I might check them out this weekend. But yeah, I haven't really looked at them recently. Just near-term futures. Shares are serialized. Can we request the serials of our shares? They're not. They're not serialized. I mean, they are, but they're not. Like, serialization isn't used. So even though each individual share has a serial, like, identifier number, they're not used. So the serialization of them is just ignored. Is it safe to say yours and the general view on MOASS has diminished since the moment those rules were changed last month, making a squeeze seem unlikely and GME being a long-term hold? No, I think a squeeze is still possible. I think the rule change isn't necessarily bearish. I do think that the current entropy swap in place makes any type of MOASS event very unlikely. But Cohen's buy-in to BBBY bullish. It's tough. It's a very neutral situation we find ourselves in. Lots of bullish things, lots of bearish things, and we'll have to see how it all shakes out. I can hype you up and tell you that, you know, our best chance of something happening is probably going to be the week after earnings, but nothing necessarily has to. If a margin call occurred, it can just trade sideways and nothing may happen during that period at all. Does inflation affect the coming of MOASS in any way, positive or negative? Not really. I mean, it drives more volatility in the market, which could help. They have an expiry date of, so you know what is it at all? Because I thought you mentioned that previously. They're only good for, you can only put an entropy swap into place quarterly. So they're not a long-term contract. But I mean, there's one in place. So if they were to run the price now it's unlikely that it would squeeze because they are hedged. What do you think about the fact that IRNT went on threshold lips March 1st? Didn't catch if you or your team knew this yet. Yeah, it's been on and off the threshold list a few times. Do you think it would be possible to crowdsource those serials into a current database? Are they dependent on broker exchange? I mean, you couldn't even get the numbers. Even computer share doesn't have I don't think they have them serialized. The DTCC doesn't serialize them, so I don't even know how you would track that. I guess if you got all paper shares and then, you know, data-based the serial numbers. Spy reversal? Maybe. It already slipped that resistance. Doesn't look super great. Cat rejected, found support back here. Looks like it's gonna stay in this higher range a little longer. Tesla's still coming down. Almost breaking back below 800. Stock. What's everyone waiting for? Liquidity is so dry. If margin call did happen, would it be advantageous to hold off unwinding that position until the entropy swap expired? No. I mean, if a margin call happened and they placed the entropy swap for that purpose, I mean, they can roll it, right? It's just like anything else. They can roll it forward. Blockchain stocks would solve everything wrong with the market. Probably not. They would just slowly add more and more regulation until they found ways to create loopholes. It's the same shit. It's not, it doesn't create a fully, like, first of all, it's not going to happen because they want the liquidity, right? They want the derivatives and they want the liquidity. And once you have a derivatives market, then you're dealing with synthetic stock, and then the blockchain market is fucking useless again, right? It's not going to happen. And they will lobby for laws to be passed that push forward loopholes for them to take advantage of. It's just the same thing. All you're doing is resetting the system. They need to stop allowing large banks to speculate. When Tesla squeezed, there's short hedge funds and market makers using swaps to slow the squeeze, like they're trying to now with GME. Probably. Tesla's squeeze wasn't really the same, but yeah, I'm sure. No point in keeping it in a broker at all, then. I mean, I guess, unless you want to sell covered calls in a flat market. Or you can, yeah, you can just DRS your shares and earn no interest or dividend on them. The pain of the last several months, I do take tremendous solace that you seem to have found some sort of confidence in an $80 to $90 floor with failed cycles and a weak SPY it held. Yeah. It is fairly strong. Or at least for now. But, you know, we thought 150 couldn't be broken, right? Do you expect price movement in BBBY from the FTDs and RC's buy-in or from the FOMO buy-in? BBBY is interesting. We'll see how it plays out, but I do expect FTDs to pile up. His buy-in was significant, and he may buy more. So also, you know, if he's successful with the avenue he's currently pursuing, with the proxy lawyers, it could cause a share recall. So 100% should be a conflict of interest rule. Citadel should not have a hedge fund arm and be an MM. They don't. There is a separate company that is a hedge fund. This is corporate law. And if you change it, it would throw everything into turmoil. They are separate entities under the law. They are not a hedge fund arm. They are simply a separate corporation that is a hedge fund with ties to Citadel's the market maker. Been talking about Glass-Steagall Act for ages. Yeah. It never should have been repealed. Sometimes it's hard to determine who fucked our economy more, Reagan or Clinton, but they both did a pretty good job. Wouldn't RC buy-in go directly to the lit markets? You would think he has access to that now. Why would he want it to? He doesn't want to pay extra and lose money to slippage. Thank you for questioning Workhorse. I sold while I was still at big. Now if the rest of my position will allow me to get out. I hope so, man. Separate legal entities, the way that super PACs can't coordinate with political candidates. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. That's the law. I didn't ban Adabit's name in chat. That was Creand. Because I got tired of being asked about Creand's latest DD. Calls on chat getting spicy after that one. Have you seen all the politicians who loaded into war stocks prior to all the Ukraine stuff? Yeah. You could also argue that the gold standard was unsustainable. And hampering growth. Thanks for all the big pickle awesomeness on the daily. Yeah, no problem. Thanks, Dominic. Elliott Wave guy is back. Man, dude, that guy never gives up in his unrelenting bullishness. It's the thing I like about him. It's the only thing I like about him. Crean's still banned. My mistake. It is. He doesn't really write DD anymore. He just shitposts on Discord. But BY hitting a triple bottom dating back to the 7th. Yeah, GameStop sort of is too. No spicy updates. I'm just hoping we move back up towards delta neutral before the end of the day. I think gamma max or gamma neutral's probably out of the question, but delta neutral's still possible, especially if they start to shed puts. No, ETFs don't really squeeze. They can experience a lot of covering, but it's not like a real short squeeze because they have an infinite float. So again, just create more shares. What keeps CAT between its range to 175, 230? Supply and demand market factors. For the most part, it's had a lot of mixed sentiment since about September for different reasons. Um, the newest bullishness on CAT is coming from the conflict in Ukraine, possible U.S. or NATO involvement could lead to CAT doing a lot of manufacturing here stateside, and so that plus the pushing of the infrastructure bill finally is pushing some bullishness back into CAT. But it was failing previously for other reasons. Loss of the fall or kind of downfall of the Chinese real estate sector and construction was hurting it, and so it's stayed in this kind of downward channel for quite some time, and it just keeps it'll get some bullish news and it'll bounce back up, and then some bearish news will come in and it'll fall back down, and it's just done it over and over and over again since about September, which is around the time that we started playing it. But it's been very reliable. It's got a strong floor. It has a lot of long-term investors. It's like a very stable blue chip with kind of an erratic upside. So there's been a lot of money to be made on it. What's the play with BBBY? Just hoping for FTD covering? I mean, Ryan Cohen's buying could trigger a squeeze similar to what we saw on GameStop last year. What is Turdford going to give any context to anything he posts? He's like the brilliant kid in class that knows all of the answers but doesn't turn in his homework and has bad grades. He just likes to do that. He likes to just feed people data and really not explain it. I think he's actually just sent me an unlabeled chart before. I'll have to find it, but it had nothing on it. It was just a graph. And he was like, look at this. I don't know what the fuck that is. He spends a lot of time digging through paperwork, so. But he's damn good at it. He finds a lot of interesting stuff. He was way ahead of a lot of people, most people, digging into ETFs. Even DRS. He talked about DRS back in it was like March or April, when everyone was going nuts about voting. What do you think of the broker user agreement account customer agreements having these escape clauses that basically say we can do anything we want at any time at a moment's notice to your account? Who cares? Wheat testing 1040. I'm aware. I have my other wheat positions still. I just sold the $14 calls because they were slipping hard. Isn't VIX an ETF? It's an index. VXX is an ETF that tracks that index. How do you think BBBY can squeeze? If it displays all the same things that GameStop did last year, I mean, a similar amount, maybe 30% less than what GameStop hit total. So it could, I mean, it could hit as high as like 320, 350. I like to keep our relationship mysterious. I know you do. Was Turd's graph up? No, it just went up and down and sideways. Struggling to come up with a reason for ups. I can't think of one. Pump into close and then sell off. Got called a shill for bringing up DRS, individual share, and institutional share recall during voting periods back in March. Oh, the irony. Yeah. Maybe that's why I banned you. Or blocked you. What's your opinion on poor man's covered calls? Sort of a calendar spread. Theta Gang seems to like it. They're fine. It's a good way to sell covered calls if you can't afford the underlying. Do you think it's possible that they're crashing the funds hard so they can buy long-dated BBY calls and get ahead of the FOMO? Like crashing is just dragging down everything else in the basket. No. I think if they wanted to buy long-dated BBY calls, they would just buy them. Can you borrow against your DRS shares for margin options? Probably not. Most brokerages don't allow you to use GameStop for margin. Also, I don't even know how you would go about setting that up, so no. Do I know the Muffin Man? The Muffin Man? What's up, Aaron? You said yesterday was a boring trading day. I think today is worse. Everything is just flat. Indexes, indicators, everything. Yuck. It's pretty gross. I don't see anything happening really till the end of the day. But I'm here for it, right? Cat was up. I had a nice little exit on Cat earlier. That was fun. Fuck. That's just, yeah. That's a pretty gross day. What do you see leaps on BBBY? What are you asking me about, Moon? More ouchie down downs? I think we've seen the end of the ouchie down downs. Probably. We're talking about pizza toppings you don't like, but what is your go-to pizza? If I've never eaten somewhere before, always just like plain, like just cheese, or Neapolitan, depending on the like the style of pizzeria. Because I feel like That's the best assessment of how good someone's pizza is. And then if I've been there a lot, like I like pepperoni. I like Italian sausage with pepper and onions sometimes. Um White pizza with broccoli rabe or broccoli rabe and sausage, or white pizza with just broccoli is good. Meat lovers pizza is fucking disgusting. How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? Some? I don't know. I don't know the rate of chucking that a woodchuck does. I think Cat is done with ups for the day or afternoon rally. Uh, this doesn't look good. I think Cat's just gonna fall back into that like 214 range. Nothing's happening today. Today's shit. It's a shit garbage day. Nothing's moving fast enough to trade. 20 minutes after market open, if I had been day trading, I would have walked away and gone back to bed because this just sucks balls. But here we are. I wonder if I'm gonna get assigned on these BBBY shares at 8 cents below my strike. Probably not. A lot of IRAs allow you to trade the stocks you have. They also allow you to use options. Barbecue and buffalo chicken pizza and things like that are all in the same category for me as pineapple pizza. Gross. Play some games on stream. It'll be lit. I'm kind of thinking about it. What should I play? Is this gonna become a gaming financial education channel? Cringe. Fuck you, Moonwind. Postmass, I'm replaying your stream for my grandchildren, but don't let them know about chat. Tell them this crazy man that talks about pizza and coffee was how I became half a millionaire. Elden Ring? I have to buy it and download it. And then find my fucking PlayStation controller, which I don't know where it is. I'm not playing Hearthstone. Play stock trading simulator. I can simulate bull markets. TFT? I haven't played TFT in a long time. Actually, I think I have Bioshock installed. Maybe I don't. I don't. Do I remember my Steam password? I haven't played a video game, and I shit you guys not, like a year. I played 12 hours of Pokemon, and I was like, oh yeah, I remember that this game is always the same. And I don't like any of the new Pokemon. I only like the Kanto Pokemon. They were dope. I mean, this already is a gaming stream. It's just more like a casino game than a. I don't want to play games with other people. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm not playing any team-based games. It's either single player or competitive. There's nothing I hate more than playing games with people. Against, sure. Shorts seem way overpowered. This is dumb. I mean, just message the devs and, you know, beg for them to nerf in the next patch. I don't. Sometimes little beefs. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of like artificially retro games. Like when I grew up, we had shitty graphics in our gaming systems, and then they got better. And it feels like by going back and playing, like, or by playing new games that are attempting to emulate games from that period, it's just, I don't know. It feels like counter evolutionary. Shorts should have increased the fees the longer they don't close out a short position. You mean lenders? But then the shorts won't want to borrow more. I've never played WoW. I actually refuse to play WoW. Unfortunately, it's a pay-to-win game, and the developers are aware that big whales like the exploit. I just resubbed to WoW. Secure. No. Life can't be that boring. If a lender goes down, will he call his shares back? And who's the lender? None of the ones that are long GameStop are going to go down. Shadowhound, dude, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gurk.
Some of these retro games would be realistic. They need to have a loading time of 30 minutes to an hour.
Cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to our
Like when one of my friends is like, oh man, I resubbed to WoW. It's almost like having a friend being like, yeah, I fell off the wagon and I'm back on heroin.
Yo, but we ain't no cult.
BBBY runs similar to Jimmy Jan 2021. Will Jimmy run at a similar percentage in tandem with BBBY or less so? Probably, I mean, if the FTDs are occurring directly on BBBY, probably to a lesser degree of volume at least, but because of GameStop's illiquidity, like if you look at here's a good example. If you look at DDS back in November, right? Like DDS went from, you know, well, let's start at the beginning of October, right? DDS went from like 185 and then peaked at 416. Right? But like, I mean, most people didn't even know this was happening. So, and DDS like far more illiquid than, and if you look at GameStop through that same time period, right? GameStop from, you know, October, early October up through the peak of November was like, you know, what? 172 to 255 at its highest. Are you more understanding of the drugs or WoW? The drugs. It's like, oh, what do you do for fun? It's like, oh, I level up characters for 12 hours a day. Shorts are running out of GME shares. Yes. Too bad they're not running out of ETF shares. Yeah. Hey man, you look at little vertical lines 12 hours a day for fun. True. But those little vertical lines make me money versus WoW, which just does nothing. What impact do you think GME entropy swap will have any on potential squeeze price? What would be a likely ceiling? I mean, as soon as they decide to fade the peak, I'd imagine somewhere above gamma max. Yeah, no problem, Borfboo. Thanks for the donation, man. This market got me so mad, all I can now play is ACNH. Someone should tell the DRS folks about locking up ETF shares too. Yeah, you can't do that, so. Alright, I said I was done for the day. We're gonna go long ES until power hour, looking for that bounce out of nowhere for no good reason, just to keep me entertained. Alright, that makes sense. JPM is a counterparty to the nickel loss from China. Ouch. Is Adabit's last DD significant in any way? No. In your opinion, is DRS the equivalent of Don Quixote fighting a windmill? You know, not a bad analogy, Stefan. This is why we keep you around. Can we spend the next few hours trying to predict hurricane forecasts for the Atlantic? No. I'll Ko-Fi $3 to cover Vampire Survivors if you can't afford it. I don't know what it is, but it doesn't sound like a game I would ever want to play. Play MTG Arena? No. I'll lose literally all that's left of my viewership. I think I heard you say that entropy swaps have an expiration date the other day. Can you explain, please? They're quarterly. The entropy hedge is quarterly. So it can be rolled forward, but they do suffer theta decay. I reported for harassment for a post legitimately calling you out for the new Reddit sub. Was it you? No? Legitimately calling me out for the new Reddit sub. Cause we moved? Have you considered a rousing game of solitaire? No. No, because everybody already knows about the loopholes being abused. I mean, Stefan, DDS already has that going on. They have 70% of their free float is gone, and it's sold 50% reported short. No one cares. How dare you post elsewhere? Stay down, Pickle Man. Stay down. Yeah, DDS is up 74 cents today. Absolutely slaying it. Just bought 5 more. MOASS incoming, FYI. Odds that I'm in purgatory watching this stock. If this is purgatory, it's not so bad. How many calls would have made an impact in price action? Far more than we got. If we'd hit like half of the same volume as last year. Docu just continues to bleed out. Yeah. So when the indicator threw me sends like a couple weeks ago, it just bled out for shit almost a week, and then it bounced super hard. So this time I'm waiting. I don't really know how long to wait yet because I haven't built that factor in, but I'm gonna wait till I start to see a turnaround before entering on the long side. I'm half tempted to short Google, and I'm gonna give myself a lot of time on that entry as well. Short Google just to feel something. Who took all the volume on GMA? It's actually not that low. It's almost at 1 million. It's been lower before. What am I doing this weekend? I have no idea. You just float slow low. When you mention it, it pops up. Dollar General earnings is March 17th. Yeah, I'm thinking about possibly going long there. I don't know. Totally just play Civ. Folks, not to worry. This is simply the calm before the lull. I just had a pepperoni pizza, fruit cup, and red velvet cake for lunch. Man, that's really all over the place. Can you explain chameleons to me? How do they work? I don't know. I don't think the earnings being on RC's dad's birthday are nearly the most important part of earnings. God, why do people need to do that? Why do you need to tie it into like his dad's? Who gives a shit? I mean, I'm sorry he lost his father, but why does it matter if it's on his dad's birthday or not? Isn't it more relevant that it's the day before futures expiration and the S&P rebalance? If selling CCs is to sell short, isn't it a good idea to use the premium to buy puts as well? I mean, selling CCs isn't really a bet on the price going down. It's just a bet on the price not going up. You're selling theta time. You're not like if the price goes down, you don't make more money. Is it possible that Carl Icahns proxy solicitor could use DRS numbers to create a case for GME shareholders? Sure, good luck. Don't you think that Ryan Cohen would have hired him to do that if that was the case? Evan's earnings timing was even Cohen's choice. Chairman, not CEO. I mean, he could have had influence on it, but yeah, I mean, he's not the CEO. That's because people don't know what a chairman of the board does, Gaff. Do you still have good eyesight after staring at Jimmy for so long? Yeah, I think so. Master and Commander was a good movie. Why did they schedule the rebalance the day after his dad's birthday? Bullish. They haven't covered, they haven't rolled. Someone is in trouble. We ride next week. Have an amazing weekend. Thank you so much, Margin Call. The things you're saying aren't false. Ooh. No one moved earnings. Earnings weren't moved up a week. Earnings are on a different schedule because there's a different board. Earnings haven't been on the same schedule for the last 3 quarters. It's just that brokerages tell you the previous earnings schedule. There's a Reddit thread going, what YouTuber do you all hate? And somehow nobody mentioned you? Really? What the fuck? Unbelievable. Check MULN. I don't like it. Cool. It's up 12 cents. It's going to the moon, guys. Congratulations. You did it. From a technical standpoint, it's as good a time as any for a breakout. What's this? This just failed, right? Okay. How do you feel about insert random worthless OTC here? People have been really hyped this week for MULN, NAC or something, and then what was the other one? What was the other? Alto, and there was some other fucking piece of garbage. shit stock. It's like being hype about fucking Shiba Inu coin. Surge Meister must have been off that day. I'm convinced the guy has a serial killer map while trying to pinpoint where in Manhattan Girk lives. Probably. Thoughts on NYSE deciding to open up on Thursday, even though RC's dad's birthday is clearly a national holiday and has been forever. Good chance we get bullish news about an NFT marketplace and we get shorted down to $80 on earnings. I don't think we're going to get any news. I mean, Cohen kind of outlined his thoughts on guidance I mean, he's not the CEO, so obviously like they could give forward guidance, but it's unlikely. I find it weird that RC cares so much about BBY shareholders that he hires Carl Icahns' proxy solicitor, but not for GameStop shareholders. Something doesn't add up with the current narrative. Whose narrative? Like, are you talking about like the super stonk narrative? Because nothing adds up with that. I mean, safer against what? You're talking about catastrophic economic collapse where the brokerages fail? Then the shares are just worthless, right? Who cares? If the entire economy collapses, it doesn't matter where you're holding your shares. Isn't the case there's a bear market and SPY goes up, some single stocks going up, just find the one who's outperforming? Uh, yeah, I mean, that's one way of looking at it. And that's a big part of trading bear markets is finding things that are under or out, but that's just a big part of trading, right? So it's kind of just an obvious statement. Cohen is not the CEO. Do you think he effectively is? I doubt it. Is Matt Furlaw like his ball fondler? I mean, possibly. Polish. I mean, I don't know. I've told everybody for months and months and months that Ryan Cohen is not some fucking messiah who's going to come down from the heavens and create MOASS for people. He's in it for the same reason everyone else is, to make more money. Why is it GameStop that deserves it? I mean, he has far more control over GameStop. I'm sure he feels that GameStop is being run properly. He does not feel that way about his new investment. There's nothing super weird there. That's just your bias. You think GameStop is where attention should be placed. You're limited to third-party arbitration. Yeah, but if the economic system fails and brokers close your account and liquidate your assets, first of all, at least they're insured there to some degree. And second of all, you can, sue even if it is through third-party arbitration. And an event like, if an event like that occurs and trillion-dollar brokerages are going under and selling off assets, you can't even sell your fucking shares out of computer share because they're not a brokerage. So I don't really understand the point. It's just the same horseshit narrative that's been used to instill fear in people and push DRS for fucking months now. It's bullshit. That's what it is. It's bullshit. It's bullshit being reiterated by another person, which doesn't make it any less bullshit. The more people that confirm a bullshit misinformation campaign does not add truth to that bullshit. They're just doubling down on something that's factually incorrect. That's a logical conclusion too, Walker. Or that he sees an advantage in buying into them, which I'll outline later. I can curse all I want. Real question, how is it? RC probably doesn't know the earnings yet, honestly. They usually don't have that information until like a few days before earnings. But he's buying a company in the same basket of shorted stocks, shorted through the same ETFs. I would say it's more bullish than anything else. He still didn't DRS his shares. I posted in the daily once and said, who does CS sell to when brokers are bankrupt? And it was updated, and I got comments like, yeah, we will never sell. Amazing. If Ryan Cohen had wanted to squeeze GameStop, there would have been no share offering in June. It's very simple. What's your guess for EPS this time? Probably still negative, but maybe better than Q3, I would say. And Q4 is generally pretty good for retail. I doubt that we'd see positive EPS. Unless they've somehow stalled investing in the company. Just give me an example. 10% is hostile taking over. How much is DRS, by the way, by now? It's not an example. He's not spending $150 million on an example. Is RC fighting more for BB shareholders than Jimmy shareholders? If yes, does that make sense? Sure. I feel like there's more to this than what meets the eye. It's like, do you just spend your day with your head up your ass, Stefan? Like, you're in here all day, but yet you pick up, it seems you pick up or understand nothing of what I've talked about. Do you not understand the process of a hostile takeover? Is that the issue? He's taking over multiple companies in an extremely targeted sector. Market Chameleon has GME EPS estimated at 84 cents. Positive EPS? No. I just can't see it happening. If you had 10% of GameStop, what would you do to make it happen? Split the stock. Don't try to look for logic in any of those. I don't even want to call them a thesis. They're not testable, right? They're just bullshit speculation. Defen equal denied, way more annoying than denied. Because more like denied's just, you know, conspiratorial and into dumb YOLOs. What if RC gets assassinated? We're going back to $20 real quick. People want price action to revolve around DRS or GME and do not care to understand what moves price and do not want to. Yeah, I know. December is always a huge month. Also, I don't think I've ever met a Stefan that wasn't a tool. What's your estimated win percent on long calls and how often do you come out profitable? I don't know. I don't really add it up. More often than not. Probably somewhere like 70% of the time. Not GameStop. But even there, I mean, if you roll forward enough, you're going to hit. So it depends on how you're averaging out the position over time. You should have zero faith in the SEC or DOJ. They're never going to do anything. There's no heroes. That's literally something I've said since day one. There are no heroes. No one will save anybody. They will only look out for their own best interests. 100% of the time. They can be honest about that or dishonest about that. But the end result will always be the same. Yeah, I mean, that's the best bet with RC is that the interests are aligned. Continuous nut slap. They're just trying hard as fuck to wear us down. Of course. Because they can. Apple bounced where you said it would. What do you think the next resistance is? Ooh. I don't really have it analyzed on a short-term time frame. But I would say 159 is the next significant resistance to the upside. It didn't really bounce though. I wouldn't call this like confirmed yet. It looks okay. If you're willing to be in it, it depends on your time frame. Like if you're looking one day, options aren't super great because I think the next strike up is 160. If you're looking a couple weeks, 161 looks promising. Possibly up to like 164, 163. It could break to the upside. You think analysts are setting up high earnings predictions so GME can tank when they miss? Why not? If the rules can be changed in the 11th hour with ambiguous wording that imply tons of loopholes, what chance is there? Seriously. What are you looking for a chance at? If you're trying to learn how to make money, Stefan, I'm trying to teach people how to do that. If your only hope and prayer is to squeeze on tight and wait till Wall Street decides to make you rich, you could be in for a long road. So what's wrong with DRSing for your shares? Well, if MOASS isn't happening, right? Green-eyed bandit elixir twice. If MOASS is off the table, if they stop generating these ETF obligations, which they haven't done yet, so this is not yet the case, but if it is, right, say obligations cease to exist and GameStop is cut free, they no longer play the volatility side of it, and they just let it drift. With no forward announcements and no, profitable earnings, GameStop is going to trade sideways for quite some time. Maybe down, it'll be influenced by the broader market, obviously, but if your shares are in CS, you can do nothing with them. You can't sell covered calls. You can't leverage that share value to create income, and there is no dividend. So essentially, it's the equivalent of putting your money in a savings account, except with no guaranteed interest rate. So, I mean, if that is the scenario that we're moving into, which I still don't think is 100%, but it's possible, then having those shares in a brokerage where you can generate income from the ownership of them is a far better strategy for a long-term investment than just locking them up in cold storage and forgetting about them. Another real question, where lies the distinction between momentum trading and fancy chasing? Momentum traders try to move in before the stock moves. Fancy chasing is once it's already moving like crazy. What do you think came from the GME Loopring partnership? Nothing so far, as nothing has been announced. You were right about IRNT. They announced yesterday they filed with the SEC to release 48 million shares. Fuck them. I warned everyone. I've been warning everybody about all these shitty fucking penny stock garbage SPAC plays for the last week, and no one's listening. You forgot that if literally anything happens abruptly to the ticker value, it will take you a week to respond to the price action up or down. I mean, no, you can, I mean, as long as brokerages are up and running, you can place an order and sell, right? Gaff, like within like 10 minutes or something. I mean, you're not going to get like an ideal exit or anything like that, but you can just sell. The rules are hard and rugged for individual retail, yet software and flexible and loving for hedge funds and MMs, just frustrated, which is what they want. Think of it like you're the Lilliputian, right? Numbers and the ability to move quickly are your advantages. They have the advantage of money. You have to maximize your own advantage as a retail investor, and you do have some. I mean, the rules and the structure may not be in your favor, but your ability to take advantage of those rules and structure is. Because of their size, they are lumbering and slower. They seem to always drop GME hard after earnings. Do you think we could see new lows after earnings? Possibly. We'll see. A positive EPS would be insane for GME. I just don't think we're going to see it. Just came to watch GameStop months ago, but I'm loving learning when you talk about all these other stocks, resistance lines, bounces, etc. Appreciate the growth in the channel. Thanks, Ed. I appreciate that, man. How effective is the media's role in debilitating retail spirit? It seems like GME retail cannot be broken. GME retail can't, but all the other fucking investors in the world think it's a piece of shit and we're all conspiracy theorists. The current limit, if I sell near the money CCs next week into earnings, I can make an easy 5K or so, but it guarantees guidance and GME rocketing. If I play it safe, zero guidance, big downs. It's not like Ivy's gonna crush that much. Is Rig going to make me rich? Probably not. So my shares are locked in cold storage, like Austin Powers and the Spy Who Shagged Me. Are they at risk for having their mojo stolen? Sorry, it was just a generalization. Just one more. You have literature managing larger amounts of money, i.e., a few 100,000. I mean, you can be more significantly more risk averse with more capital while still maintaining the same amount of performance. Wheeling is a great strategy to look into if you're, investing a few 100,000 or more. You have the ability to hold things longer because you don't need a lot of liquid capital. I would check out the Intelligent Investor, securities analysis, the Santa Cruz, both very good books for, you know, long-term investing and an analysis of a company's fundamentals. How did you not punch a hole in the wall when the rules change on OPEX happened at the 11th hour? I don't know. I guess I was busy dealing with drama, but it was bullshit. Yeah, I have a couple of videos planned, but the creation of those videos has been stymied with a lot of the things that have been going on lately. And I've also had shit going on myself, so I've been busy. No, I haven't, Mohawk. I think the main disconnect is the rules and structure you referenced as ways to make money are viewed as propagating the crime used to fleece retail. Sure. I mean, people who think that just don't understand the rules and structure. They can't see beyond the end of their nose, if you will. I'm still going to continue to dive into options, at least till I get to, you know, a basic level of understanding in that series of videos. Deep fried donut. Assuming RC didn't want to squeeze it happen during that sell-off, do you think it would be because he wants to keep as many shareholders on board for as long as possible? Probably. Many people likely would have bought back in at the bottom, but not all. Institutions would have sold, more importantly. That's a risk. More specific stuff about wealth, just wealth management. I mean, maybe DM me and I'll see if I can direct you to some stuff. I'm probably the wrong person to ask about wealth management. I just throw my money into shit that I think looks good, and so far it's worked out for me. But I mean, like, Gaff got me to buy fucking Cardano last week, so when it comes to actually doing something with my money that's not just using it to make more money off of, I'm pretty shitty at that part. Counting significantly above max pain, can we expect some T+2 action for more people than usual exercising due to the significant analyst upgrades? Possibly, yeah. I mean, I still have almost all of my longer term cat calls, like all my calls from 190 through 200 I still have. I sold a few to cover my cost basis on that first test, and that's I meant to get stopped out of some, but then it bounced up above 110, so I'm still in it for the test of that upper resistance at least. And even then I might only sell out of about half. So yeah, I mean, most people that are in cat are long cat, right? It's a big value investment. Crime and crime again. Yeah. Stop talking about blockchain stocks. It's not happening. I don't care how much you like the idea. Go move to Japan. What's so frustrating if there are ways to make money in this market with the current rules, but everyone wants to yell crime rather than taking advantage of those rules? It's annoying. It is. seriously great stream today. Perfect example of why I hope you keep streaming, even if GME pays out. How else am I going to learn how to reinvest my attendees? Should put together a recommended book list on the Discord. Probably. Any thoughts on Kimberly Clark asking for my boomer dad? I assume that he's looking to go long in it. Fundamentals, I don't know, but I can. Jesus. It's had a rough few weeks. Fuck, it's almost as low as it was during the COVID crash. It's out of resistance right now. Tentatively, there's some range on it, probably down to about 115. If it slips further, it could drop as low as like 110 for an entry. But for like cost basis averaging, if he plans to enter a position over a little bit of time, I would say that this range is not bad. So yeah, this is a very decent range. Between where it's trading at now, kind of at the upper bound of that resistance. The real resistance is actually like here at 120, but between here and, well, yeah, here and here. So in this range from 110 to 120, pretty much anything's a decent investment. I mean, you're going to beat out investors in this range that bought for the last almost since 2019. So it's solid. Could it slip lower? Yes. And you know, the range for that would be down here at 100. I don't know how likely that is. I don't know if there's some, like, the news and what's going on with the company. That's something you'll have to look into separately and will obviously affect this. But any entries in this range are very good. Between 120 and 110. Anything below that is excellent. So I mean, like, if I were looking to enter a position in this, I would probably choose however much capital I was buying in with and try to break it up over time. And if it started to trend up, I would start deploying my capital a little faster. If it started to trend down, I might hold off a bit and see where it lands and see if I could buy in lower. Seems like the market going back to its mean before the pandemic. Institutions who profited are exiting their positions for re-entry. To some extent, yes. These are gone. Spot at all. Well, it does appear to have hit it. See this getting back. What are your GME predictions next week? I mean, we could run into earnings. They might try to keep us flat into earnings. I think our price point entering earnings will be important because if we're trading very low, like we are now, there's not a lot of room to the downside for them to short the stock into.
And if they do, I mean, the buy pressure could be very significant. So, versus if we trend up throughout next week, you know, maybe into like the 120 range before hitting earnings, where, you know, they have some room to crash it back down to 100. If earnings do beat and estimates are high, we could continue up after earnings. The following day, you know, the following day after earnings, there is the GME monthly or quarterly expiration date for options, XRTs, and well, the S&P index rebalance is also occurring that day. There's FTDs, not super significant ones, but FTDs do. It's also the end of the CME futures cycle. So it's the expiration date for any forwards or futures contracts. So I expect the week following earnings to be pretty interesting, because this is another big pileup of events occurring all at once. I expect them to at least generate some volatility. Check out Against the Gods, Your Money of Your Life, Common Stock and Uncommon Profits, and Predictably Irrational. Are you expecting spy poops at the end of day because weekend and war? Maybe. I think it could just, I think it's better position to rally into the end of the day, but it's possible. Just tell that guy to give me his dad's investment money and I'll YOLO it into GME. Oh, turd. Are the quants just still just as bullish as before? Yeah. I think everyone that understands the things that are going right now is fairly excited, except maybe Gaff, but he doesn't count. Monetary value aside, did you enjoy learning finance or bio in school more? It's hard to say. A lot of my enjoyment was tied to the monetary value. I So you're joining the 510 gang on March 21st to play volatility? No. '11th hour rule change equals flipping the game board over right before you're about to lose. Yep. I sort of hate you. The YouTube algorithm pointed me to less intelligent individuals last year during the runs. If I found you earlier, I would have made bank. I mean, if you'd found me earlier, I'd started streaming earlier, people would have just YOLO'd in February and April. Which underlying indexes do you think were most likely used in the futures baskets? Good question. The RY. Oh fuck. The MSCI retail index. I forget the fucking name of it or the code, and the Russell one. There's two that I think might be primarily used. I can't remember the name of either one though. It's like not shit that I trade regularly. One second. I think I have at least one of them here. I just can't remember the name of the MSCI one. Nope. I'll GFAT, I'll look them up and DM you later or message you on friends. I ordered a technical analysis of the financial markets a few days ago. Do you think it's a good first read for someone who wants to start to trade for a living? I don't think it's a bad place to start. Remember, it's old, but the information in it's still pertinent. So I think it's a good place to start. It's not sufficient to prepare you to trade successfully, but it's sufficient to educate you on some of the things you need to know. XAY and RTY. Thank you, turd. I saw the VOXDD. Yeah. Do you know who the biggest hedge funds long GME are? Yeah, BlackRock and Vanguard. When the volume comes in, it could go either way. Yeah, it could. Someone told me what their bid-ask for 0DTs on Jamie are showing in WeBull. Today's T plus 5 from Cohen's buy-in, right? There's an announcement. No. 1, 2, 3. Today's T plus 4. Interesting. Someone told me what their bid-ask for 0DTs on Jamie are showing on Webull. Mine are all showing $90, even for the out-of-the-money strikes. Oh, like 98s are $44 on mine. Ooh, nice little move in BBBY. Damn, I'm not gonna get assigned. Motherfucker. Can Cat still rise more today? Yeah. Cat looks like it's breaking back up. I think it's going to continue to push it up into this upward channel. What we're looking at here in the TA, Cat looks very good to continue moving up. And this could be its move to finally break out of this like long-term downtrend, right? So my target for the rest of my position right now is at like 226 down to like 224 to 226. And then my high target would be up at like 235 to 240 even. This is one of the best bounces on cat that, or maybe the best bounce on cat I've seen since we started tracking this like descending channel months ago. So you're saying I can't read one book and make $100,000 trading every year? You could read all the books and still not make $100,000 trading every year. Think about rolling March 18 140Cs ahead just a week to try to capture post earnings movement. What about adding more capital, averaging down cost basis? Originally purchased for 6. You could do both of those things. I would maybe roll even a little further out if you're trying to capture price movement in like that post earnings week. It might be better to be a little further out than, you know, the week you expect it to happen, or simply wait till that week and average down would be the other option. But I think having, like, that's why I moved out to April already, and then I moved out to June yesterday, with all but my like at the money positions, which are even currently also out of the money. Like my at the money positions only go down to 105, and so I still need the price to improve. I mean, $10 before I roll those. Do you see SPY under 400 with this month's SLD? It could happen. That might be the break point. We'll see. Psychologically, 400 under 400 would be rough. Instead of power selling or chicken a book, you play that TikTok of that weird lady dancing while she explains that Vanguard and BlackRock control the entire world. Oh, I didn't know. I thought she was one of the new mods at Super Stonk. I didn't know she was just some weird lady. No, because the information in that video is factually incorrect on several levels. And also it's hard to watch more than 5 seconds of it. To really understand the market, I'd like to go back to the Stone Age and look at the rock trade. Feels weird to have high delta and low theta decay. Congratulations, Dr. Drake. Yeah, BBBY is in a better place for options because it's still very undervalued versus GameStop. So if you think BBBY is going to follow GME's run, lit up on calls end of week next week. I mean, I'm just buying shares right now. What's a good entry for cat? It seems like it trades in a valley. Probably 180. When I told everybody, hey, this is a really good entry for cat. Right now, I mean, if you're playing the upside, the potential upside, and a breakout, then, you know, the current price isn't so bad. There's still another, you know, $30 of movement the stock could experience, maybe more. But remember, it can get rejected at 226 and fall all the way back down. 28 DT hood, $10 puts, only 70 cents. Thoughts? You're an idiot.
You also said 160 was a good entry for GME. It was at the time. It still technically is. It's still below most people's cost basis. Obviously, the current trading price is a far better entry. It cannot be your only thought. Be serious. I don't like it. Hood's already. It could move up quickly. I don't think 10 is a good target. I looked at this the other day. It's just risky. Like, you're talking about it falling below its all-time low. That's your bet. That's a shitty bet, right? It's already bounced off that low and is, continuing an uptrend. Like, I'm not saying it can't fail here, but is it going to fail lower than its previous low? Probably not. So it seems risky and kind of pointless. Like, you're betting on a sustained price under $10 in the next 28 days, and it just seems unlikely. It's bad. It's a bad bet. With options, I managed to turn my cost basis from 150 into 400. Don't worry, we'll pick you up. I mean, it's this. You're analyzing the same thing, right? Essentially, Segan. So yeah, this 1750 entry, 218, whatever. I mean, it's a very narrow window, but yeah, it has less confidence to the upside. Not everything retraces though. Sometimes shit just runs, and Cat's been undervalued for a long time, so it's possible that it continues to push out beyond the technicals. There is value in Cat that is not realized in its current price. But it's Hood. They're getting delisted soon. Yeah, and then the shorts get squeezed out and you really fucking lose all your money. Can you please look at OTC GTI? Not asking you to endorse it or anything. GTII. Just want you to look at the chart for the last 3 months. Green Thumb? The fuck is this? Is this some shitty weed company? All right. Look at the chart for 3 months, November to now. Very low volume. How many shares available? Float size? Fuck no. It's got a 120 million share float and trades 1,300 volume a day, or 137,000 volume a day. No. Flooded. Money stolen. I don't like it. Is there any chance of losing options with a recall of any of the stocks you are playing? Losing options with a recall? What do you mean? How do you lose an option? Like, you talking about like a share recall? How does that make you lose your options? You looked at S3 data for Virtue Financial being in bed with Citadel. Virtue Fin is a market maker, and SI is technically all dark pool. No, but hasn't their data been consistently unreliable in the past? Someone posted on Reddit saying the cycle is a week late. What do you think? I mean, it's more than a week late, but sure. It's a few weeks late. You should paper trade $500 accounts for fun, build them up as quickly as possible on stream. That'd be so much better than this annoying, boring day. I wouldn't use paper trading, but I mean, $500 accounts don't really have a high success rate. I'm telling you, like 1 in 10 accounts can hit 5,000. It's not worth it. You're better off just investing that money till it's worth more. Also, that would seriously detract from my income if I were to do that. Like, while it might be entertaining, it's not something I really want to spend time doing. When do puts usually get pulled? What do you mean? Like, when do puts get pulled? Oh, for like the puts they buy, like usually towards the end of the day, like after they're done with CNS, they'll sell them off, right? Because then they're done covering FTDs. You being sad for not being assigned for CSPs at 20 makes me happy because it means you're a human. I remember earlier this week you were talking about 16. Let the FOMO flow through you. RC860 ADC gang. Oh boy. That's on Foot Locker got dumped after earnings in a lot of the same retail baskets. Yeah, I know it is. Wasn't someone else looking this up on Friends also like a while back? I can't remember who it was. They were talking about this a lot. I mean, the fucking low is real. I wouldn't say this looks very bullish. I feel like it could fail again and continue to slip. The basket inclusion makes me want to say it's a little more bullish after this consolidation. I mean, this isn't exactly a bearish trend. I mean, it's definitely got some support here at like 28. Maybe. I wouldn't place my target really high, but maybe like a breakout to 32 or 35 third. Those don't look so unattainable. I could actually, you know, I could see this breaking out to how's the support at 35? It's not great. I feel like 3250 is going to be kind of hard to cross, frankly. Not that it can't, it could. If it does, it looks good to 35. Maybe even 3750. So yeah, that's what that's what you'd be targeting. I do like the support. The support looks strong. So not a lot of downside risk. You can just test it. If something far dated near the money, you're probably not going to lose a lot of value on it. If it slips 28, sell. Maybe. Maybe $1,000 accounts? That's a little more fun. Thinking about things you can do on stream because this is terribly boring. Fair enough. I mean, we've been through flat weeks before. Remember April? April, May? Oh, fuck, that was awful. That was like when I first started streaming too. If you want beating the spy like I beat something else. Your girlfriend? That's not cool, man. Fucking, I knew you were a hick. Except something similar on Fossil a few days ago. Jimmy break upwards out of the downwards wedge it's in. Much more visible on normal candles than hiking. Sure, it can. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. It's still kind of shitty, but who's watching the dog? No one, Stefan, and no one ever has. The only sure thing in the market as far as regulation goes is that nobody is going to let anybody else lose their money. That's the thing you can rely on 100% of the time. Counterparty risk. Everything else is bullshit. This crazy boring price action. Thanks for your vigilance. Have a great weekend. Thanks, Chewy Baka. I'll see you later, man. We've seen this. The problem is we've seen this double bottom trend already moving into OPEX, and it was unrealized. I mean, the day is already essentially a giant school of stock lesson, right? We see your beard comb. You know, someone bought me one once. I have no idea where it is, though. It was a terrible gift. Are you talking about shares or options? It'll depend on the IV. I might just buy shares. Lambos are bust. Does it make sense to buy near the money March 18s today if you expect ups back over 100, or is it better to wait until Monday to avoid the theta decay? I like our price point, but it may be better to wait because we could potentially go down more. There is we're a little below the high $90 support. So there is some potential for us to drop down to that like $93 support. And so it may not be a good idea. Like since we failed to test at VWAP, it may not be a good idea to enter something long today, or at least not at this price. It's there's not enough confirmed support here. You respond to so many more of my chats when viewership is down. Well, I'm able to keep up on chat better than when it's like 2,000 people in here. It just gets hectic when it's like that, honestly. Can we get to 1,000 likes before the day is done? I know there's not a lot of you left, but it would help. Can you carry me? I'm hard stack silver 3 vein main. Go learn to jungle. What lows are you guessing for today? It'll mostly just depend on the market. I don't think they're actively shorting us much anymore, but if the market slips into close, we can hit like the low 90s very reasonably. What do I have BBBY? Interesting that BBBY is outperforming now, though. What's up, Chris on a Dan? Okay, you just gotta remind us more. I hate doing that though. It feels so like shitty YouTubery. I don't know. No problem, Chris. I don't know what's up with the stream, but when I do, it's after watching it all day and being prompted to. I'm going to try to cover it in a DD this weekend. So my goals this weekend are to finish filming and creating the video for the new video for School of Stonk and to get this DD written. And then maybe I'll do like a live stream Sunday night and go over the DD and like discuss it a bit. You are now a YouTuber. Fuck you, popcorn trader. I am not. Please request I smash the like button. Or just click it gently, but really, really fast. I feel like you'll have better results that way. What exactly is UVXY? Does it inverse ETFs? No. It's it tracks, it's a leveraged ETF that tracks VIX futures at a rate of 1.5x. So it's a bit weird. But if the VIX spikes hard, it can see very big gains. It's not something that's meant to be held generally for a long period of time. Why would I like the stream? I don't even like the stream. Don't lie to me, trash. Theoretically, what could happen if a couple 100,000 people all switch their 401k fund allocations to XRT? Does that create immediate buy pressure? What kind of result? I mean, yeah, it would. That'd be nuts. I'm all about it. It's not gonna happen, but it sounds really cool. See, and look at that. I was right. Against all odds, I think I finally started to warm up to you over the last few days. We broke down out of the wedge. Yes, I see they're using the step stools from BBBY to short step stool attack our stock again. Are you still holding wheat? Yeah, at 10, 11, and $12, but I sold my 14s. I sold my 14s and then bought into 10s. So I moved my position down a little bit. I've been hate watching you since July. You love it.
See, like, everyone wants us to be over, and I just want to trade other shit. Like, I've been hate watching since I first sent you all the emotes. One day, here, I'll add that to my whiteboard, Fluffiosa. I'll get the emotes added so I can get more $3 YouTube payments. What's the last support before you think we dropped to 40 or 50? The last support, the last known support is 87. I'd imagine we'd have psychological supports on the way down, but the last known one is in the 80, 87 range. So I would say 80, 85 is probably our strongest downside support. I'm sure you've answered this already, but and remember that's 100% less than people have the low end of the current cost basis. So it's buy pressure is very strong there. I'm sure you've answered this already, but I've only just been able to tune in after a while away. Why are we in such a continuous descent right now? This mostly looks like shorting. I mean, the market's not downtrending right now. This just seems like a bit of a dump. Shorting, maybe selling. I don't know, but probably shorting. What are your hopes for wheat? 15 to 20 and over the next quarter. What about hate listening? Does that count? Sure. Are you expecting them drop GME this hard? I didn't think this was impossible. The really surprising part came when they were able to knock us below 150, because theoretically that shouldn't have been possible without a large number of people selling. So that was tough, but this presents buy opportunities for those who didn't. Why'd you sell a CC at 113? It was $1 above gamma maximum or gamma neutral at the time. Clip what? What am I clipping? What did I say? XRT doing ouchie down too. I'm sorry. What about buy opportunities for those with 160 averages, no money, and a wedding in 1 month? Asking for a Philadelphia friend. Postpone the wedding. Isn't the potential for a Jimmy squeeze possible with good earnings? Sure. I'm playing earnings in a way. Effectively, I'm playing earnings. A bullish earnings
The May 120C is 100% more expensive than April 120C. I think you rolled some calls to May. No, I rolled to June. How's this price suppression not bullish? If shorts had closed their positions, they wouldn't still be crushing the price and blowing up the ETFs. It was very bullish until they didn't cover, and then it became confusing because they literally changed the fucking rules. Hey Gork, does CCJ 318 look like a gamma ramp? Probably. Yeah, it looked like one the other day. There's a shitload of open interest here, especially at 28. Yeah, the possibility is very, very high. I think gamma maximum's really high on it too. So yeah, this could squeeze potentially. Also, the current price isn't bad. Could have gotten in lower today, but it does look good for next week. I already own some of this, like just shares, but long term. What do you think about MMTLP? I don't like it. I've been over this a bunch. I don't see the potential there that other people do. I know they have oil, land, and dividends, and I know all the stuff. It's just, I want to do some TA on BBBY. I'm seeing it fail a test of the upper bound of a descending channel without it's consolidating is what it's doing. And its consolidation is fairly strong, Parks Cars, given that it's, you know, max pain on this is still down fairly low, I think. Although now I feel like I need to check all the max pains again because they were wrong earlier. But that's not it. It's the wrong stock. This is showing max pain for this expiration for 311 today is 2350. I don't think this lets me extend it. For 318, it's at $18. So, yeah, the consolidation's pretty good. It's like right in between this and next week's max pain. $20 is a previous resistance from a while back, from back here at a pre-2020. This like 20 to 15 range is really where I'm targeting for entries. My cost basis is still kind of high. It's up in like the $24 range. So I'm trying to average down, and 20 is a one of three targets. I'm targeting buy-ins at 20, 18, and 15 to average down. But this is like a bull flag, right? This is just a pennant consolidation, and holding steady at this $20 resistance is good for a continued move upwards. Currently, BBY does not look like it's falling back into the $16 range. AMD June 110s look attractive. Is that something you would play? What's the current price? I could see this coming back to like 105. I mean, no.
I might play like yeah, I don't love June 110 right now. When's that merger going through? I have to look into that. I have 110s, but they're for January. So, and I think that might give me enough time, but I may have to roll those as well. I should have money to average down with. It's fair. Sold Jan 24, GME 25 put this morning. Should I expect to be assigned any time now? No. As long as it closes above 95, you should be fine. Like, you probably won't be assigned. I just opened a pack of sealed pack of Costco thick bacon. It looks okay and smells okay, but has some clear watery slime on it. Do you think it's okay to use? Probably not. I would return it. I'm still here at PieFi. You're my driving infotainment. Thanks, Porter. How much do you think retail has bought and held in the last few months? I don't know. Less than they bought last year. I wouldn't trust it. That sounds like it wasn't cured properly or something. I tripled my position this year. Nice, dude. Kmart, New Jersey is closing. Only 3 more stores to go. I feel slimy and watery like bacon. Fregulon. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Kevin. What's max paying today? Aren't we way below it? Yeah, we are. PieFi ignore its creators for health inspectors. For health and food advice, please consult a registered fiduciary. It's terrible. Let's play a game. What game? What does a freg smell like? Salt. So what about the idea of holding for years to the point where RC gets intrinsic value of GME to 400? Is that still a possibility without squeezing? Yeah. But you're gonna just hold for 4 years and not make money, or are you gonna hold for 4 years and make money? That's I guess that's the question. I'm gonna do both. I'm gonna hold for 4 years and I'm gonna make money off of holding. You play Command and Conquer, we'll give you tips. No. Big moves on June. Like, currently, a lot of people buying into June. I'm about to get in a call there, Docu rep. I'm about to ask her when Docu will break out. Let me know. Cold, don't make money, sell at a loss. Ridiculous. I'm waiting until after earnings before playing CCs. Same. I mean, besides the ones I sold this week, but I only sold a few. I sold well, I sold a bunch on BBBY, but I sold one on GameStop. So it's a free $120 for watching the stock trade fucking sideways. It could have been worse. Brush up on your chameleon knowledge. I will. I was promised Brazilians of dollars, and all I got were Brazilian puts. Unsubbed, unwatched, unfollowed, unquanted, unfinished, and uninterrupted. Thanks, Dork. Tickle the like. 1.2k would be great. Much patience. Either way, GM goes up when NFT marketplace is finished, or there could be a slight MOASS, but me liking the stock. Yeah, I do too. I'm not fucking selling. I'm still up. Even if I was down, I probably wouldn't sell with Ivy where it is. Ask your DocuSign rep when their NFT is gonna drop. Oh man. I mean, AMD really did release an NFT, or AMC, right? Didn't they give their shareholders like a fucking plaque or some shit? What's the ticker name of the other wheat ETF? Oh, fuck me. Is it so it's IJG and GRU are the other ones. I'll write that. Where the fuck is my pen? I'll write that down. What do you think of the Amazon buyback? I think I want to buy some Amazon. Wait, I just bought a 1000C of FK. Fuck me. Any explanation why Jimmy only runs then dips in pre-market after hours and not the other way around? Because the best manipulation takes place when no one's around to see it. AMC about to do another share offering? Fucking Christ. There's an interesting comment on our options that talked about wheat and how wheat is not the right play. Wheat's fine right now, like WEAT, but hard wheat is going to be better going forward after this quarter. But yeah, let me see what they had to say. I'm sure probably wheat tracks soft wheat, which is there's different kinds of wheat. Do you think any significant announcement will accompany GME earnings next week? Maybe, maybe not. Don't get your hopes up. That way, if something exciting happens, it'll be more exciting. Somehow I've become more enthusiastic about lowering my GME cost average down than making money on it. I think my brain is broken. Maybe. You can't just keep going off about hard wheat. Why not? It's hard. It's good for long-term storage. Would you wait till after the stock split to buy into Amazon? No, I'm just gonna sell covered calls on it, or CSPs until I can until I generate enough revenue to buy like 25 shares, and then hopefully I'll buy those pre-split. And then I'll just sell covered calls on it forever. If you're interested in a short thesis, NTRA is under investigation for shady billing practices, pretty much accused openly of fraud. Looks like a nice piece of cat poop to short. Ooh. I like it. Cute DM me that, Bo Bandy. I'll check it out later. Go get in your bunk, trash. Is there a price Jamie could fall to that would make you buy more? If Jamie like falls below 40 again, I'm gonna buy a shitload more of it. I'm just gonna average down. What I don't want is Jamie to fall to like 70 and then just trade there, because I don't really want to buy more at that price. And then I'd also be in the red, which irritates me. X and new. Is it going up hard? No, it's a nice move. It still seems to be having problems with this like resistance here. I wonder if it'll get rejected again or break out. The bounce is solid. Faster moving average on a lot of these stocks. Even that bounce is solid. Divergence is bullish. Yeah, I think it'll keep moving up. I don't know to what. What was the last time steel was expensive? 47? I guess back here. That's a nice price. Probably not a bad investment. It's gonna take some time, but probably not bad. I don't hate it. You think we could see over 160 the next couple weeks? Sure. It's possible. If we climb and we get some FOMO. Without FOMO, though, I mean, we're kind of capped out at Gamma Max. Maybe a little above it. So, yeah, a test of 160 would be possible, but holding that price would be difficult. Work sales for an equipment manufacturer prices up 50% since Jan 2021. Maybe I'll buy some leaps on X. How much are they? Fucking not cheap. 500. Nah, I'm gonna focus on these for now. This account. I'd think about it. 500 is not bad for what's probably a guaranteed test over the next year.
I'm starting to think it would have been super easy to go to Russia and commandeer a tank all along. You guys just gotta chill and wait for the NFT marketplace to drop. We'll draw a lot of attention, hopefully a very healthy revenue stream. I'm intrigued by the revenue stream. I don't know about the attention, given that, you know, the short hedge funds already announced it for us. But I do like the revenue potential. Hey Gerg, when do you think Amazon will reach its all-time high? I only like buying the most expensive stocks. I might hit it pre-split. I was talking about steel and then Amazon. Yeah, I still don't care about this for some reason. It still looks like not great. It could break out, maybe. But I don't love it. All right, 1 second. Why hasn't X recovered from 2008? Still got cheap? I think that was more like a squeeze on it than anything else. Got to the weekly. Was that pretty high in 2014? Monthly, quarterly? Let's see, that was its peak.
here. Started running up in 2003. Been pretty downhill ever since. I guess steel prices stagnated and got cheaper. I hit a low at $4. Fucking crazy. This is the first time in a long time it's shown any bullish momentum. Do you have strong opinions on the best way to load a dishwasher? I have strong opinions on everything. Web 2.0 giants, YouTube, Facebook, Google, anything that became massive near 2010-ish have a vested interest in keeping NFT tech down, hence the ultra negative sentiment and misinformation. Yeah, but are they going to be successful? What do you think about NFTs being used to track ownership of expensive things that are knocked off a lot, like apparel, watches, shoes, purses, so on? I think it's a good idea. Valuable too for the companies that are interested in halting the flow of counterfeit merchandise. Very valuable. They lose billions of dollars a year because of that. I wasn't involved in Kodak. Why won't Tesla go down? Because everyone owns it. Too many longs. Don't worry, it will. When it does, it'll be probably pretty spectacular. Also, nobody knows what it does still, so that helps. If Cohen was more vocal, nobody would know what GameStop did either, and it would be more valuable. I don't think that's really his deal, but... Do TA for BBBY next week. BBY. Best Buy or BBBY? It's just consolidating. It can break up or down. The chances of it breaking up are a little better. It's got a fairly solid floor at 20. Somebody could take over the short position, but they'd probably close it. I don't know why they'd carry a losing position forward. Very rarely will something like that happen. Yeah, for sure. At this point, Ryan Cohen better have something good with his GameStop marketplace. Hope so. The projections for the revenue growth seem fantastic, even the modest ones. So I'm very bullish on it. Volume on DDS contracting really hard and price right at the resistance, both on daily and weekly. Interesting. Are you holding any GME June 200s? No, I've narrowed the range of my Junes are between 100 and 140 currently. End of day today, I might buy some 95s and some more 100s. Are there any 95s open for that date? I think there are. Yeah. So I might buy some 95s and some 100s. Especially if we keep going down a little. Oof, much red. A little bit. Thoughts on ticker AA? Alcoa? Aluminum is a big Russian export. This consolidation isn't terrible, but it can come down, especially I would be looking with the supply of aluminum cut off and the boat kind of missed on this growth since like the beginning of this month or last month. I would say that it might be better to look into aluminum recyclers. I'm not saying this won't continue up, it could, but that's where my kind of interest would lie. Let's see. Yeah, it's like right at resistance at the peak here. And right at the low resistance from back here in like 2006. So yeah, I mean, aluminum could keep running potentially, but I think you might be able to find some better value in recyclers as the capital. Well, the capital is going to seek out that value, right? And so it's better to be ahead of the curve than try to buy in behind it. Stocks equal instant ledger system. Digital FTDs equal oxymoron. You're really obsessed with this. Because 90% of the things traded are synthetic, Stefan. Whether it's a real stock or not, it still represents real value and real debt. I told you money was fake. Buying an ebook. That's because you're putting this like false value on actual ownership, which is irrelevant. That's not true because compounding FTDs cause price improvement and they're all generated by synthetics. Would you mind sharing the logic behind not buying higher strikes? I'm not taking the risk. If margin call and MOASS are real potentials, they're not. They're possible potentials. It is an unknown, and thus I will not invest. The confidence in it is low. Remains low because its margin calls aren't reported. It's not like they're going to come out and be like, hey, we're margin calling these guys on this day. If they do, then I'll buy some 200s. People are shocked that stocks are IOUs when the cash in their pocket is already nothing but an IOU. Yeah, I don't really understand like his fucking existential crisis he's been having for 3 days. Stocks are synthetic ownership of a company's assets and IP. Later, Hammer Bro. Good old Podash. You think we will be seeing the 180 price range for a long time? It depends what happens over the course of the next month, but if we don't by late March, then probably not for a while. The next best shot will be shareholders around the shareholders meeting. Doesn't matter. Lowered cost basis. You think rig can go up? Sure. I bought some leaps. They're very cheap. Do you think RC's BBBY options are a way for him to play MOASS? No, I think he thinks the company will be worth $9 to $10 billion in less than a year. And he will exercise those for an ownership stake in the company. Remember, if he owns 9.8% of the company, those options are not represented in that ownership value. They are not, a stock option is not ownership until it is exercised. Not really, Segan. I don't know. It's just, I don't really think about it, I guess. Yeah, I talked about Zim earlier. I know they have like a big dividend coming up. Maybe. I don't really know what the short positions are over there. I'm not super interested in its range, but it might do well. You guys, I think you guys will soon realize I'm not generally into anything that's being hyped. If it's being hyped, it's already probably too late to get in. More shares, no shares to borrow. Believe it or not, borrow rate down. That's not how the borrow rate works, but I mean, it's partially demand, but it's an overnight borrow rate. So if they carry the shorts overnight, that's what creates an increase in the rate. So what you're seeing is shares being recycled intraday and mostly closing the same in order to artificially deflate the borrow rate. Do you know when BBY earnings is? No, I'm not sure. Any expectation for the coming weeks on that? Well, didn't it happen already? I thought they already did their earnings. But BBY's earnings were like not even that long ago. Were they? Maybe not. Curious. How is Ivy on the chain? It's dropping. It's crushing. Not a lot, but a little bit. Good time to buy calls or sell CSPs. I mean, I've been selling CSPs. I'm probably gonna get assigned on some. I guess I could roll down again. Nah, fuck it. I'll just take the assignment. Whatever. At least we didn't drop to 90. I hope. If we dropped to 90, I'm seriously fucked for a few weeks.
It's funny how many false parallels are drawn between the VW squeeze and DRS, when the closest thing to Porsche's maneuvering is RC acquiring shares and call positions on BBBY. Yeah. I don't know why they try to use it as like proof of a squeeze happening before to distract from the fact that the other two pieces of evidence that support 100% float registration show stocks being delisted, or just continuing to trade with no repercussions. Assuming May 100C seemed like a good idea. Now I'm wishing I waited until today to buy it. I mean, you can't always buy the bottom, right? Like that's just, you're not going to get that lucky. May as well get the 0DD 90p in the money. You could try. I fucking hope not. 0DT 90p's are ones I sold. I don't want those in the money. Fuck you, Damon. Sold 95 CSPs. Looks like I'll get assigned. Maybe. Yeah. School of Hard Wheat. This RCBBY hype is tempting, especially with his call options and an FTD squeeze. Is GB definitely correlated, or could GB holders miss out? I want to be involved in BBBY. I'm not sure. I think they'll both run significantly. Help! I bought more. Oh no. I wonder who bought my $300 call on Dillard's for this week. That guy's fucked. It was me. Sorry, huge. Other than elevated IV, is there a compelling reason not to tail RC's Jan 23 leaps at the same strikes? Are you gonna exercise them? Thanks, HA. Appreciate it, man. Pray for me. No. Actually, sure. I wouldn't mind selling my DDS at $300. After failing technicals all day, here comes the pump. The best thing to do this week was to sell slightly out of the money CCs. That's the assessment for this week. What was the name of that guy that plagiarized content in DD? He was in the chat before. James Rowland. That was the guy you're thinking of. When Jimmy rockets to 1K, will you shed a tear? Maybe. I did sell 116 CCs along with my CSPs, so that felt good. Nice.
sold 115s. We bumped up at 108. Wanted to do 110s. Didn't have the stomach for it. That's okay. Made a nice little bit. Congrats. I mean, I think this week overall was mostly a success. Anybody who was in cat or rig early in the week did well. There was some like good CC and CSP plays on both BBBY and GME. What else did well? And cat did phenomenally. I made more money off cat this week than I lost on GameStop in the last 4 months. Almost 4 times more money. I still haven't seen your that post, Bob. Price predictions or sentiment for next week? We could move up into earnings a little bit. Might be why they're slamming us so hard today, to ensure that if they are moving us up into earnings, you know, they're not doing it without a lot of they're doing it without a lot of gamma on the ramp. Oh, is Doom Theory? Jesus Christ. Yeah, seriously. 250 cc's are overkill, better than nothing. I mean, yeah, I mean, you definitely weren't getting assigned by Polar Bear. It was an hour early on my cat pits. Those are risky. Jesus Christ, am I just gonna get a fucking assigned at 20? Really? This is bullshit. $120cc safe? for today's expiry? Are you fucking kidding? Gamma on the ramp or like chicken on the boat? Interesting. Docu making a little run? Not enough. XRT percent of shares short showing over 1,000%. Any thoughts? How does reg share come into play with this? First of all, the amount of shares sold short, like the SI percentage, is the percentage of the float sold short. If the float size decreases, that percentage goes up, even if no shares are sold short during that transaction, right? This is why ETF short interest is not reflective of the total float sold short. So yeah, it's hyperbolic, and everyone's like, "Oh my god, XRT 1,200% sold short." But it's like, if you have 1 million shares sold short on an ETF, right, and the float is at 10 million shares, then you have 10% sold short, right? But if you have a million shares sold short and then the float is then at 1 million, because the float size changes through the creation redemption process, then now you have 100% of the float sold short, right? So that's what you're looking at. Is like XRT is carrying like a float of probably like 4 or 5 million today, right? But it's got like, you know, like 60 million shares sold short, or 40 million shares sold short. But yeah, so the SI fluctuates based on the amount of shares available in the float at the time. Yeah, no problem. Cat rig this week, pickles picks. Cat was. What were the other pickles picks this week? Let me look. There was Apple, I think. I don't remember. I didn't play them all. Campbell's soup. That's kind of a long-term investment, but wheat. The 11 and 12 C's did very, very well at one point. The 14 C's, not so much. Caterpillar and BBBY were the pickles picks for this week. If only there were cycles where ETFs would buy the underlying securities when they needed to expand their float. Oh, wait. Someone gets it. Holy shit. I think money was made on all of them except Campbell's Soup, because that was like a year. That's like a year-long one. Docu was... Oh, yeah, Docu was one. Docu's we're still waiting on, though. That got updated. Yesterday, I think I was discussing it. That I was not going to buy into the Docu earnings. I'm still waiting though, because now it's triggered my my indicator that I was looking at, or well, that I'm trying to build. And so now I'm gonna wait. Probably I'll update Pickles picks this weekend on like what I'm looking at with Docu specifically. Docu's bouncing. It's almost at 75 again. Ooh. That's kind of still a little lower than where I want to buy in though. I really want to confirm a breakout. So probably closer to 80 before I would buy in. Which is almost, it's almost chasing, but I think the upside's just so insane that it's worthwhile to wait. You son of a bitch. Really? Trying to fuck me. For sure, JC. I'll get right on that. What's like an option no longer be assigned after it expires? If the price drops after hours of the day of expiration, can you be assigned? You probably won't. You could be, but you probably won't. How long would it take you to make enough money to buy another house? It depends. Well, it mostly depends on where's the house. Like, what are we talking? Are we talking like a $200,000 home? If I get lucky, I mean, I can make that in a day or a week. Unlucky, it could take quite some time. In a bear market, much harder. But in a bull market, when shit's like gapping up $50 overnight, 350 to 500K. On average, like if you take out some extenuating trades that made far more than expected, like GameStop, I would say after taxes, like 6 to 8 months. I didn't know. Yeah, homes don't. I didn't know homes existed for 500K. I wouldn't buy a house though, because I'd rather invest that money in things that make more money than houses. Sorry, why did DocuSign drop so hard? Good earnings. It's so simple in a bear market. Just turn the charts upside down and treat puts like calls, bro. Come on, man. It's that easy. Sort of. But yeah, and things going down. I'm getting a bonus from work on April 21st. Is it possible for the price to remain this low until then? Probably not, no. Second poorest JK. Thank you for teaching me how to manage my position, Gurk. Everyone that doesn't see the value you're providing is lazy or insane. I don't know about that. I think some people just don't like me. I have a terrible personality. So, but thank you, Ken Grifter. What stock can I invest in that only has insane short-term violent upside with absolutely no chance of going down? Also has low IV. I will donate $5 via Ko-Fi if you know. No idea. I make 6 figures some months. But that's before taxes. Short-term capital gains are taxed very, very heavily. I found someone on Superstock that would like to buy a call from me, but I'm out of them. Will you sell him one? No, I don't trust him. Did you vet him? Just put it on Craigslist and send me the link. I don't want just anybody buying my calls, JFresh. I think you should be properly vetted. I have no idea how to play earnings. We have dropped pretty hard after previous earnings. So I'm debating to buy calls right now before earnings or wait till the next day and see if they drop us hard. Yeah, this is how earnings work. They're an unknown. You can straddle it, but you'll get IV crushed. Short-term capital gains are taxed as regular income, so same rate most people pay. Well, yeah, but relative to the amount. My taxes were far less when I just had a job. Don't forget taxes like for certain investments like REITs are calculated differently. I think there's some sort of tax form you have to fill out for investing in uranium also. I can't remember though. Drop us into earnings, drop us after earnings. $87, here we come. Well, we bounced a little. You think they can drop GME below 45? It'll be hard. And maybe. If they clear out their fucking balance on the ETFs without driving the price up, which seems impossible. When sends moon? I don't know. Maybe like a year from now. How uranium became worthless due to beta decay. That's actually a really good way of explaining options. Or explaining theta. Interesting. Can we assume the extremely low volume and constantly gapping down is purely illiquidity? What is the primary cause? Dark pools, internalization, lack of shares to borrow, or is it DRS? Probably all of the above. Yeah, well, I was thinking about explaining it like Half-Life. So much for FTDs. I mean, they probably covered them. Our volume's actually not that bad. Or almost 1.7 million volume. They're covering FTDs. They're just not driving the price up. Remember, if we don't have any external pressure on that CNS cycle, it's not going to give us any price improvement. Say we spike to 120 sometime next week before earnings. Would you sell 150s then, given IV crush after earnings? Maybe if I was going to buy them back immediately. But what if earnings is fantastic and we just open at 150 and you're fucked, Moon One? You greedy son of a bitch. Why don't you just wait? You have enough shares, it doesn't matter when you sell them. You're just greedy. That's literally all it is. If you don't care about selling your GameStop shares, then do whatever the fuck you want. If you buy more GM at 40, wouldn't selling far dated puts at that price be a good play? No, because you have to tie up the capital to buy them. So you're spending, you know, $4,000 per contract that you're locking up while you're waiting for, you know, the stock to not hit those prices. I mean, so it's your return on $4,000. If it's decent, sure. I don't think it's that great, right? It's what so you're to sell Jan $40 puts. They're $640. So it's 16% interest on your $4,000. For a year, well, a little less than a year. It's not the worst. I mean, you could do better though. I'm gonna do whatever the fuck I want with my GME shares. Cool. Seriously, I don't give a shit. Um 'Doesn't the most simple answer work here that they've dropped us this low in order to cover boofed OPEX and handle XRT exposure next week, and then try to rug pull earnings? That's possible. They do prefer that the stock is low before allowing it to run. That is ideal. Especially if they entered their entropy swap low, they want the price to start from a low point before moving it up. They need to get rid of shorting so pump and dumps can run wild. Yeah, but then people just complain about that. Is now a good time to enter BBY or wait until next week? I think the $116 to $20 price range is a $16 to $20 price range is an attractive entry area. So if you can either average your cost basis down to somewhere around there. Strange to be this close to earnings with IV so low. It's very odd, isn't it? Our IV is extremely low given earnings coming up. I wonder why the market makers aren't reacting more strongly to that. Please respond is vital. How do you propose I come up with 120k then if I can't sell IV spiked CCs? You could just sell your CCs at a better time instead of trying to sell them at the very end of the week. Can we do a poll to see if you're gonna get assigned at 90 in half an hour? And if I do, I'm gonna own a bunch more GameStop. Enough to raise my cost basis a bit. Got any dinner plans for this weekend? No, not really. I bought some like dry aged fillets yesterday. Maybe I'll make those. Or it'll be like the last time I bought dry aged fillets and they'll rot in my refrigerator until I remember they're there because of the smell. Everyone says that before every earnings, the OC mill. So it's just like everyone's like, this one feels different, and then they short the fuck out of us. What options look attractive to you at these prices? I'm probably gonna buy 95s and 100s for June at the end of the day. Just read a cool paper. Shorts to cover is where volume persistence is very low and volume of volatility is very high, and then is where short volatility traders will be unwound. DM it. I like papers. I have 3K in a paper trading account. I can't buy a long call or put on a SPY right now because it would cause a margin deficit of 75 cents per contract. Why? Or $75. I have no idea. Doesn't make any sense. If you have $3,000, how would it cause a margin deficit on a long contract? They basically sell a CSP at a price you'd want to buy more stock at. Yeah, generally speaking. I'm gonna get assigned on fucking everything today. Son of a bitch. You sure you don't need a $500 electric coffee tamper? Yeah. It's in quant cord. Cool. Yeah, or you could just sell them on a IV jump, right? Hmm. If it's so obvious this Jimmy stock is manipulated, can Jimmy the company really not do anything about it? I mean, they can pump it, or they can create a scenario where you know, investors or lenders are more likely to call back their shares, like a stock split. They could. They haven't, but they could. Everyone thinks that they need people to DRS in order to give them the right to create a scenario in which the stock would squeeze, and that's just not accurate. They could just simply announce a stock split, and the ensuing FOMO would be more than sufficient to fucking drive the price up to a point where it would endanger short positions. It would also cause lenders to call back shares. What's your bull case for DocuSign? Just a good entry post-COVID? Yeah, I think so. I think it's a good entry. I think it's undervalued, and I think it's overshorted, especially recently. I think their earnings have beat both of the last earnings calls. And I think the shorts are bailing from the ship like rats. So I expect it to drive up, but I'm gonna wait. I'm just waiting on my entry because there is some risk of downside or continued downside. Best way to make people not want to short it is to make them want to go long. Generally, although that doesn't really stop shorts. It gets rid of most of them. Why would they not, in theory? Why do they not want to? It's bad. Volatility on your stock is not good. It doesn't breed investor confidence. It doesn't bring on big institutions, and it doesn't help you secure funding in the future. It just makes your stock look volatile and shady. Why do lenders recall shares for a split? To get an accurate count of their shareholding. Thanks, Uncharged Box. When you make money in the stock market, is it strictly true that someone else somewhere directly or indirectly lost money or not? Yeah. It's a market. That's how markets work. Can't you just buy back your $20 puts for less than you sold them? No, they're currently they're worth like $34 right now. I probably won't get assigned on them. Just because it's such a narrow margin that like the market maker probably won't exercise them, but they might. I've had cash secure puts go like $2 in the money, and I've not gotten assigned on them, but you know, sometimes they're 10 cents in the money and I get assigned. So luck of the draw. Understand how to price CSPs and CCs. However, I want to learn more about the timing of CSPs and CCs, as in when to enter positions, for how much time, theta, etc. Please teach. It depends on the stock. It's just a variable. Obviously you want to enter when they're worth the most and close them when they're worth the least, right? It's just like any other fucking trade. Buy low, sell high, or sell high, buy low. It's fucking couldn't be any simpler. What effects does a buyback have on price? It can drive the price up. Unless it's like a insignificant buyback, it can drive the price up because it reduces the size of the float, right? So theoretically the value of per share value should go up. Didn't the SEC report pretty much explicitly say shorts didn't cover? They had a chart where short buy volume was like 5% of the total buy volume daily. Yeah, they did. And they didn't at that time. That doesn't mean they haven't covered it all since then. I'm sure they've covered some, but not all. Also, you know, they've packaged up those short positions into long-term derivatives where they're essentially they have no effect on the price of the stock. We have no data or proof, just a feeling. Yeah, I agree. But doesn't the market need a steady supply of losers, assuming losers eventually leave? No, it just needs a steady supply of participants. Did Robinhood get margin called because they were internalizing orders? No, Robinhood got margin called because they're a bunch of broke dicks. Citadel, when Robinhood got called, dumped their internalization onto Robinhood, which is what shut off the buy button. So when Citadel saw an opportunity to essentially fuck Robinhood, they did. I think that's the the biggest conclusion you could really draw there, as it being, you know, criminal, is that, you know, it may have been very advantageous and well thought out, but I don't think it was collusive necessarily. Buy high, sell low, claim your losses against your income from the Wendy's dumpster. Buy high, panic sell, FOMO back in, join a cult, watch the stock. You've nailed it, turd, honestly. No, figure it out, dude. Why would I do that? I'm not going to handhold you through it. You know what to look for. Look it up. Learn more. So Robinhood didn't have the money to support the T+2 settlement system. No. And did Citadel take advantage of that? And Virtu? Probably. Because they saw a direct route for cutting off the flow of retail buying. Or a significant enough amount of flow that they could then re-leverage and start pushing the price down. When options are exercised, this 100 shares count towards CNS. Everything counts towards CNS. Every single trade can potentially count towards CNS. Looks like 2K, 100p, 318 sold close to the bid 30 minutes ago. Interesting. Weird, but interesting. Arbitrage? Puts on Jamie are strangely priced higher than calls. You know that, right, Bob? I feel like we've talked about this before. It's very odd. I mean, it's not, given the amount of shorting done on it, but like, you can sell an in-the-money cash secured put and get more credit than you would pay for out-of-the-money call. The FTD scraper tool posted on SS. I didn't. You want to DM it to me? I'll check it out. Is it Bob's? Are you talking about Bob's FTD thing? Because if that's the case, then yes, I'm well aware of it. Are we still under the guise that RC might have triggered a short squeeze on OPEX? And if this is the case, what is OPEX being pushed to? It seems like the most likely period for it to occur would be with the S&P rebalance at the end of next week. So the week of the 21st to 25th of March. It seems like you can make a lot of money if you day traded Jimmy. Do you not do it because it will hurt the stock? Yeah. It's a conflict, but I don't. That point, I mean, honestly, GameStop isn't a great day trade target. Like, it has big moves, but it's wildly unpredictable. And its potential to just gap down at a resistance is scary. Especially, you know, given that it's like $93 a share. So if you're day trading, it's very expensive loss. Because, you know, you're buying that leverage with shares, and it's, you know, if you buy like 1,000 shares of GameStop at open, a 40-cent slip's gonna hurt you. And on GameStop, sometimes it's like a $2 gap down on a test of a resistance, and that'll blow up your position and your risk. Popcorn stock easier to day trade. Yeah, it's more liquid. Anything more liquid is easier to day trade. Like, I wouldn't day trade DDS either. Selling CSPs for 318 before earnings is the way I'm calling it now. It might not be terrible. How confident you're a GME will go to thousands of dollars? I think it's possible. Confidence? I mean, I don't know. Frankly, I mean, I'm fine with a move to like 350. Currently, I'll make quite a lot of money off of that. Going into the thousands of dollars requires a lot of events to occur one after another. It requires a chain reaction of events that becomes less and less statistically possible the further out you get. But as they occur, the reality of them becomes more probable. So, and there's no way to predict a black swan event, right? I think GameStop has everything it needs to squeeze, except for FOMO. All triple bottoms look like triple bottoms. The triple bottom before this triple bottom looked like the triple bottom between 324 and 511 also. I love how people talk about GME in the thousands and we're struggling to maintain 100. Yeah, opium. Well, a while ago in Discord, you mentioned how increasing the float while maintaining shares outstanding could be interpreted as bullish. Who's this one? More float bullish? I'm not sure you're saying that correctly. Are you talking about ETFs? Are you talking about wheat? I think you're talking about wheat. That's a very specific reason. That's because the demand on the ETF is so high that they had to create more shares to keep up with demand. God. Exercising contracts counts as a buy-sell transaction of shares. Buying, selling contracts doesn't count as a share transaction. This is why CNS FTDs are unaffected by buying, selling options, correct? Yeah, I mean, options create FTDs in the hedging of those options with synthetic shares, though. How could we more FOMO if buying the stock didn't sound like a total pain? Thanks to all the DRS guides on Reddit. Don't worry, everyone's doing everything in their power to drive investor interest away. I think the YOLO, you'll make $1 million strategy that Wall Street Bets was advertising appealed to far more people. Do you have an example strike to look at for the put calls you were talking about earlier? Spread price difference. I'm wanting to set up another nice play. I don't know which one. Dude, I've talked about like 900 different things in the last hour. You got to be more specific. $414, 120s look good. I mean, I just moved mine to January. If you like them, I guess. Bought July 15th, 95, 21.99. Thoughts? Seems like a decent buy. Yay, I'm not going to get assigned. Ooh. Is there anything RC is just like AA? Thoughts? Different. Definitely not the same. AA is dismantling his company and selling off the assets while pumping his stock artificially through media outlets and promotion to his own shareholders. I wouldn't accuse RC of any of those things. I think RC is doing what it takes to build value in a company. And people don't like that, right? Because those aren't the things that cause a short squeeze, but do you ever make any bearish plays? Seems like it would be a good time for learning some ways to make money in a bear market. I mean, you can make money on, I make bearish plays all the time. I buy puts on shit fairly often. I would say most of my plays are bearish, given that I sell a lot of covered calls. Bearish plays aren't always necessarily best in a bull market. Like everything's trending down, but slowly. But in a bull market or in a bear market, like catching things that are moving against the market tend to present very good opportunity. Remember, greedy when others are fearful. So the market maker created 50,000 XRT shares and dumped the GME shares to drive the price down, and now they have to buy back all those shares before the XRT dividend date. Yeah, they did that like 10,000 times. Is it really his company? He's doing his damnedest not to own any of it. Resource guides, the books you always suggest. We keep you from repeating that 100 times and just push folks that way. You're welcome. I already have a new channel that I'm just like, it's not built or fleshed out yet, but there's already a channel that I'm building for basic information about the stock market and trading. Would a spinoff of Baby to a new company force shorts to close out of BBY since they can't deliver those shares? It could because, well, also lenders like BlackRock with their 16 million shares will recall them. I don't think the premium's worth it. The risk is very high. There's too many things going on. After March 25th, there's nothing for like months. So you just go nuts. But until then, there's quite a lot of stuff. I didn't see that channel. I know you have that. That was just a video suggestion. Oh. That's a good idea. Yeah, I'll take it under consideration. Thanks, DJ. Saying the price drop is down to a week earnings prediction next week. Interesting. Who the fuck's expecting who here's my question for the Market Watch article. Who the fuck owned GameStop on Monday that has lost faith in its earnings today? Right? That's why it's just bullshit, because like nobody that owned the stock Monday didn't already expect earnings to be shit. I expected earnings to be garbage. Everyone else holding the stock also expected earnings to be garbage. But somehow now they're afraid of weak earnings after, you know, what, 20 consecutive quarters of them. You teach me some basics about the stock market while I hold my life savings in a risky asset. Sure. Deep value fundamental analysis. You just mean fundamental analysis, Stefan? As far as I know, DFV hasn't written a book, but mostly operated under, you know, the ideas of Peter Lynch and Warren Buffett, Benjamin Graham. Are you good? Are you getting into the idea of getting into crypto that is going to be massively like Amazon, Google, that can compound 1 cent to $5, shares to XXXX compared to shorter term stuff? This time in society is good. I mean, I own some crypto. I really don't have the confidence in crypto that a lot of other people do. Beyond where it's, you know, beyond its current valuations and importance to the world economy. I don't see much of a future for it. I think if it got too big, it'd get shut down. So I've confirmed this dump is what RC meant by buckle up. Which part of it? What RC meant by buckle up was buckle up, it's a long ride. Or for the roller coaster downside caused by the share offering. I think we covered this somewhere, but I can't remember specifically what led DFE to conclude that GME must come back up. Cash flow. They had plenty of cash flow. Like, they weren't going out of business at all. You can't short a company into obsolescence that is still successful at doing what it does. It will always have value intrinsically in its in the price of its stock. So they were fighting a losing battle even back then. I'm gonna need an answer to my sock puppet question. Pretty fucking unlikely. Little beefs. Share offering? Paul, do you own GameStop and not know that Ryan Cohen released 5 million shares of common stock at the peak of the run in June? Are there people who don't know this? This seems like important information for shareholders to be aware of. No, he said buckle, not buck. Its higher IRNC option chain past 4-1 just spiked. It looks like a bug, probably. Watching 429 tendencies. I mean, maybe their IV went up. They just released a shitload of shares or filed an agreement to. Give me MBA PTSD flashbacks. Is this used in an academic setting? Yeah, it is. It's also used to club baby seals. We know when he used to pay company debt. He used it to, no, I mean, they already had the money to pay company debt from the share offering in April, March through April. The debt was covered. The other billion was used to fund growth in the company. Yeah, it was 3.5 million shares from a previous agreement, 5 million shares offered at the shareholder meeting, so 8.5 million total over that quarter. Which at the time was valued around 100 and average of about $180 a share. Thanks. You too, Boxem. Jimmy earnings next week. If earnings are positive, launch NFT marketplace. This may catch interest from big investors. Sure. Or just earnings are okay and nothing. People need to be prepared for that because they're not, and they might not want to hear it now with, bullishness and excitement building up, but they should. I mean, RC very clearly outlined in his letter to BBBY that he does not believe in forward guidance, period. So people hoping and praying for forward guidance may be very disappointed. What we should be looking for is investment into growth and probably not the NFT marketplace. People have every fucking day for the last 6 months, people have been like, oh, they're going to talk about the NFT marketplace after market today, before market tomorrow, this weekend, this date. No. People tell me I've been wrong about cycle predictions. Let's talk about what's been wrong the most, which is NFT dividends and fucking NFT platform release dates. Like, oh, this guy from fucking IMX tweeted a thing. It's happening today. No. Okay, I'm here. We can start MOASS. Thanks for waiting on me. Thanks, Jim. Why are we dipping other than Putin? Just some shorts into close. No biggie. If I get assigned fucking 2 cents out of the money, I'm actually gonna flip out. Up. Just fuck you. Oh, I better not get fucking assigned on that. Anyway. Thanks for everything. Thanks, Dangerous Dan. Member stream normal time, 12:30 p.m. Sunday Eastern Standard Time, or UTC -5 for those of you that are outside the States. Just, can you make them stop dipping GME? Well, at least I didn't get fucking assigned on the GME cover calls, so that's cool. Well, some of them, but not all of them. Even gotten errors when trying to sign up to be a Long Johnson when verifying CSC codes. Maybe ask in the Discord. I've never heard of that before. When you get assigned, do you lose the shares since it's a CC? No, these are CSPs, so I buy shares. I'm only getting assigned on like 5 contracts at 95 for GameStop, so that's fine. But I had a lot more open at 90, and thankfully I'm probably not going to get assigned on those. Yeah, you got it, Shilly Dan. 2 trillion isn't big enough, not shut down. What? You got it, man. How soon will you find out? I probably won't get assigned because it's moving up a little in after hours, but I might. We'll see. It's really unlikely that I'll get assigned a penny below, but I could be assigned. You gonna YOLO weeklies on Monday? Probably not. I already have June calls. I don't need to buy anything else. If you sold a CSP and buy to close, does that mean you buy 100 shares at that strike? No, if you buy to close, you're just buying the contract back and closing it. If you get assigned, then you buy 100 shares at that strike. How long do you have to wait to find out if you're assigned? You usually know by like 24 hours. Wait, are you supposed to let people know you have a Long Johnson? No. Daylight savings, don't forget. I probably will. If you get assigned, will you come back on stream and freak out in front of us? No. It's signed me up twice. I just checked my bank account. Yet you're not a member. You can contact YouTube. It's probably that they've charged your account, but those charges are going to fall off. There's some reason that the charge is being declined. You'll probably call your bank and find out. I have no idea, man. I don't handle YouTube's payment platform. Paris, I appreciate the effort in you trying to become a member. However, I don't know why it's doing that. Gherkin is stealing people's money. It's just not even my money. I only get a fraction of it. If you were completely out already, would you come back into GME or BBY or both? How would you enter? Sell puts? Buy out of the money call? At the money calls? I would probably just sell puts until I got assigned. The IV is still very good. It's Larry's money. All right, guys. Have a good weekend. I will see you, some of you Sunday, and the rest of you bright and early Monday morning. Tomorrow, next week's gonna be a little more exciting, but keep it tempered. You know, don't fly off the handle with all the crazy speculation that's gonna fly around for the next 5 days, because most of it's bullshit. Later, guys.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico!
Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.